Everyone knew why Rena had brought that up. I could hear them all gulping. They attempted to negotiate peacefully with the government and its marionette, the electric company. What is this? Are you sure they do not mean the Hinamizawa Town Council instead of the electric company? Still, marionette is a difficult term. Do you think the people understand what that means? Could someone explain it to me? A marionette is like a puppet. It means that while they are supposed to be an independent organization, they are actually being controlled as though they are dancing on strings. Oh, that sounds like the perfect word to describe Hinamizawa right now. Yeah, that is perfect. What are you saying? We are not their marionette. We are just trying to cooperate with them. Calling us a puppet is just splitting hairs. But that is what you just stated. You clearly told us that you want to stop, not just because of Satoko, but for the sake of the village. You said there is an issue because the village needs to maintain a friendly relationship with the government. Do not tell me that you did not say that exactly that. You did say it. Did you not? I heard him. He said it had nothing to do with Satoko-chan. Neon, I thought there was a saying in this village. Something about how the whole village comes together for one villager. If there is one person coming, 2 should throw their rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 would do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there is 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. We all work together for that one villager. That is the unity of the Guardians. The unity of the Guardians is stronger than wrong. That is what their leader said back in the day. Mayor Kimiyoshi used to be the head of the Onikabuchi Guardians. He crossed his arms and started to groan. There were many things he wanted to say, but he knew that none of them would make him look good, and so he continued to stay silent. When I moved here, Neon and Shion told me the valiant story of the dam conflict. But that unity did not start just a few years ago, when the dam conflict happened. I believe those traditions have been here for over 40 years, ever since Japan lost the war. That is why I really respect those who fostered the unity here since that era, and I find them incredible. And more than anything, I am impressed by the courage the Onikabuchi Guardians displayed here in this picture frame. The government tried to pull many dirty tricks to submerge this village under the water, but the Guardians thwarted every one of them. Because of the efforts of those men, Hinamizawa is still here today. If they had not done anything, we would be at the bottom of a lake right now. So I am grateful that this village still exists, with its proud unity and beautiful scenery. I am proud to call myself a resident of Hinamizawa. That is damn right, someone shouted. It was not one of my friends. It was one of the elderly villagers. That is why we fight. We fight because we all live together in this village. If there is one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 would do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there is 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. Get together for one villager. That is the unity of the Guardians. Satoko Hojo is one of us. You all know how horrible her uncle is. You all know that we cannot leave her alone with him for a whole month. We need to save her from her uncle right this minute. We need the power of the Guardians one more time. We need the spirits of the Guardians to reunite again. Rena and Mion applauded, and the applause quickly spread to everyone. I saw smiles creeping across the faces of the old people. However, they quickly wiped away those smiles and started discussing with their neighbors. Keiichi-kun is right. It is not like Hinamizawa has to obey the government all the time. But the damn conflict is over now. The government officials are taking care of us too. I was not aware of that. Are they really supporting us that much? Well, on a personal level, I agree with what Maybar's boy is saying. I cannot approve of how the town council is operating. Keiichi-kun is right. The village cannot put pressure on him just because the government is telling us to do so. Mr. Mayor, we might not be able to support Keiichi-kun, but I also do not think we have the right to tell him to stop. I do not like this Maybar boy's attitude. He is way too disrespectful. You think you can get away with talking to us like that? 3 scary old guys came up to yell at me. I raised my own voice and yelled right back in their faces. It is not about my attitude. It is about the soul of this village. Get out of here if you do not have the courage to stand up for one innocent villager. How dare you speak to me that way? The big old guy smacked me upside the head. What do you think you are doing? I hit him right back and the room went into a panic again. Brenda approached us. I thought she had come to stop me, but she suddenly hit the old guy in the head too. What? What are you doing? Do not think you can get away with this just because you are a girl. He thwacked Rena upside the head. However, Rena talked back to him with a firm look in her eyes. If one comes at you, 2 should fight back. Is that not the spirit of Hinamizawa? Since you hit Rena-san, 4 of us need to retaliate. Let me in on this. Keiichi, your father is going to fight too. Everything you have said is right. If they are going to try and stop you with violence, I will not turn a blind eye to that. There are 3 people blocking Keiichi's way. We need 6 people to fight them. Rikachama. I am impressed to see that courage of yours, Rikachama. Let me in, too. I, too, will be taking his side. Chie-sensei stood up. I thought she had given up under all the pressure. I was almost going to neglect my student. I prioritized myself, even though I thought I would do anything for them. I am ashamed to call myself a teacher. Wearing a fierce expression, she stared at the mayor. That was her answer to the pressure he had tried to put on her. Chie-sensei, I think that I overstepped my bounds as an educator. However, what Maybar-kun is doing is the right thing. As an educator, I have to acknowledge the fact that he is doing something right. I can no longer tell him to stop. If I have your support, Chie-sensei, then I have nothing to fear. Let me ask you people one more time. Is it more important to stay cozy with the officials than it is to save the life of one poor, innocent villager? You do not even need to ask, Kei-chan. This is no ordinary assembly hall. This used to be the headquarters of the Onikabuchi Guardians. The people here were all members of the Guardians once. Nobody without their spirit would ever come to a place like this. Mion-chan. Mr. Mayor, Kei-chan's actions are embodying the spirit of Hinamizawa. The way he is trying to fight without fear is exactly what the Onikabuchi Guardians were doing. I think it is shameful for this town council to tell him to stop. If you are still going to ask him to back off, I am going to smash all these pictures on the wall and set fire to the flag of the Guardians. While the mayor did nothing but moan, somebody else raised his voice. I am going to support Maybar-kun. He may be disrespectful, but he has the right spirit. I agree. It is pathetic the way we are colluding with these government officials. Keiichi-kun, do not worry about what anyone else thinks. Keep on fighting. Do not give in to the pressure. The assembly hall instantly filled with a great round of applause. Maybar-kun, Tell us what is going on so far. Very well. On the day Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle, Chie-sensei visited her house. However, he refused to let Chie see her, and it was obvious that something unusual was going on. Chie-sensei called the Child Consultation Center right after that. That night, a social worker visited her house. However, they determined there was no abuse going on, and they put her case on hold. This might be a normal way to handle the situation, but they do not know how dangerous that uncle is. For that reason, the 5 of us went to the Child Consultation Center to let them know how urgent it was that she be rescued. They said they would take that into consideration, but they still did not take action after that. We thought 5 of us was not enough, so the next day, we went there along with more than 20 of our classmates. You took the whole class? Kei-chan gave a very moving speech. He told them that they had to save their friend and not abandon her. If he was here during the dam conflict, I am sure his charisma could have resolved it a year earlier. We all know too well how spirited this lad is. The consultation center was still not willing to listen to us on the second day. We made almost no progress. All they told us was that they were working on it. No, Keiichi-kun, we did make progress. They were so intimidated they asked someone from the local government to check on our town council. The fact that they tried to pressure us to stop meant that what you did was working. We made progress. I see. I guess you could look at it like that. If they were not scared of us, they would not have acted that way. On the 3rd day, we called all our friends and gathered 60 people. This time, we got to meet the head of the office. He listened to us, but he did not say what their decision would be. Keiichi-kun, to tell you the truth, at that point, the council had already spoken to the officials and had made their decision to stop you.
Said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
After the Child Consultation Center confirmed that the whole village was not involved in the protest, they decided to just ignore your appeal. That is what I thought. I could feel that from the way the head of the office treated us. It was obvious that they were just trying to get it over with. We were planning to go there tomorrow too, but I wonder if they will even pretend to listen. They might not even let us in because they think the village is pressuring us to stop. Yeah. They think that the village is on their side. The village needs to publicly announce that they are supporting Keiichi. I agree. Otherwise, they definitely will not listen to us again. We should do that. We should tell them that Hinamizawa is not going to stop Mabaru-kun from what he is doing. Personally, I do not want to complain about Keiichi-kun's actions. However, it is complicated when I think about it from the town council's point of view. Even if we tell them that we are not on either side, they will think that we are on his side. That is tantamount to picking a fight with them. But I still have to respect the opinion of the council too. I cannot just decide this on my own. I need to get approval from all the council members. Most of them are here right now. So you say, but let's just be honest here. You are afraid that there are some among you who are against saving the daughter of the Hojo family, are you not? The whole room sunk into silence. That was the heart of the matter. Everyone thinks that the damn conflict is over. You all told us that a few minutes ago. You also think that there is no need to discriminate against the Hojo family now that everything is said and done. However, you are still afraid of her family. You are afraid that you will be bad-mouthed if you interact with the Hojo family. Satoko-chan's parents were indeed the leaders of the evacuation supporters, but what crime did Satoko-chan herself commit? Personally, I do not have anything against her, but other people do. I do not have anything against her either. The conflict is over and her parents also passed away. I do not hate her either, but I know there are some people who still do. Let me ask you this. If you hate Satoko, please raise your hand. I am sure no one will. Yet you all still believe that interacting with her will make others speak ill of you. However, no one is going to. There is nobody like that. No, that cannot be true. There is one person, at least. Then tell me who it is. Tell me who told you directly that they hate Satoko. The room fell silent again. It had become obvious that they were all avoiding Satoko because of a huge misunderstanding. The Child Consultation Center will not do anything, no matter what we do. They are convinced that the town council is on their side. We will not be able to fight until the council makes it clear that they are not supporting them. Kimiyoshi, by any chance, do you need approval from someone? You're right on the money with that one. The mayor forced out a smile. I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about, but she must have hit the nail on the head. Who could it be, though? Who was that someone? If I could persuade them, the village would end up supporting us. Are you talking about my hag of a grandmother? The Kimiyoshi family has forgiven the Hojo family. The Furude family has done the same, right? I am one of the leaders of the three families too. Minamizawa has three powerful families who make all decisions for the village. That has been a tradition since the time of the Onikabuchi village. It is kind of an old tradition, but this was a road we could not avoid. So all we need is approval from the Sonosaki family. I have heard that they have the most power among the three. Everyone knew that, but it was taboo to speak it. It's something only I could say since I did not have the ties they did. If we can persuade Mi-chan's grandmother, will the town council support us? What do you think, Mion-chan? I do not want to fight with Granny. But if she is standing between Satoko and safety, I will have to. I will not be fighting as the next head of the family. I will be fighting as Satoko's friend. Kimiyoshi-san, please promise. If we persuade Mion's grandmother, will we have the council's support? Of course. No one would complain if it was the decision of the three families. Let me get this straight. You are all refusing to help because you are afraid of Mion's grandmother, right? You are all good grown adults. Good grief. That is what you say. But is it not Oryu-san who is terrifying? That is not true. I know Mi-chan's grandmother very well. Sure, she has a scary side, but she is not that bad. Keiichi-kun is scarier than her when he is angry. Yeah, and Rina is even scarier than me. Alright, I am going to persuade Mion's grandmother. Support us when we succeed. Actually, do not just quietly support us either. I am expecting you guys to take action too. What do you mean by that? You want the Onikabuchi Guardians to reunite. Are you going to let us kids do all the protesting? You want us to protest too? We cannot do that. We should do that. We are going to tell those officials that we are going to fight against them. We need to do everything we can. If we are going to support Keiichi-kun on behalf of the whole village, we need to make things clear to them. We have to support these kids if we are going to be on their side. Once we decide to do that, it is no longer just Meibara-kun's fight. It will be the village's fight too. In that case, you should be our leader, Kimiyoshi-san. There is no way the mayor should not participate in the protest. Alright, I got it already. If Oryu-san gives us her approval, I will act like a man. I will help Keiichi-kun. Does everyone here agree? Aye. But you are not going to help him persuade Oryu-san? Fine. I will come with him to persuade Oryu-san. The way he talks might be too immature for her. She needs someone who can talk like an older person. I am sorry for being so disrespectful today. I really have to apologize to everyone. Do not worry. You said some good things. You broke up the collusion in one fell stroke. Your refusal to cave under pressure is the very pride of Hinamizawa itself. I am sorry for hitting you. I got pretty riled up. No, that was my fault. You did a good job too, Chie-sensei. You are a wonderful teacher. I really did not know that some people were still bitter toward the Hojo family. Probably. Oryu-san is the most bitter of anyone. However, according to Mion, Oryu-san does not hate the Hojo family either. Really, the whole thing was ridiculous. Good for you, Meibara-san. I never thought you would get the town council on your side. No, I do not have them on my side just yet. I need to persuade Mion's grandmother first. Oryu-san is like a dictator around here, but she will not do anything that would make her lose the trust of the villagers. If you have already settled things with the town council, then it will be hard for the Sonozakis to oppose you alone. You are such a great negotiator. You insulted them at the start, but then you gradually buttered them up. I did it the way my dad writes articles for his art magazine. That's the same style he uses. Your father set a good example for you. He is an artist, is he not? I would love to see his work someday. Well, my dad does not even let me see his work. I guess you cannot show it to him either. What kind of dirty pictures is he drawing? Well, then let's go and see Oryu-san tomorrow night. We cannot go right away. Once she gets into a bad mood, she will never listen to us. I will be coming along too. Who else is going? I am coming too. Rena-san's also coming. She said she would leave her head apart if she does not nod it for us. I am not going to do that. Do not be mean, Shi-chan. I am going to Keiichi. I will talk to Oryu myself. I see. Give her a piece of your mind. Of course, I plan to myself as well. I will try and be there too. I might be able to help by just being around. It sure is getting interesting. Are you ready to defeat that evil hag, sis? To be honest, I wish you would swap with me tomorrow. Keiichi-kun, you have made great progress today. Yeah, the more people we have on our side, the stronger we become. We can save Satoko if the whole village gets together. This village once won against the national government, after all. The old people seemed proud to hear me talk about the damn conflict. Everyone started talking about all the heroic things they did back then. I thought we could never save Satoko, but that fate is reaching its end. The power we have right now is overwhelming. The power to defeat fate is far stronger than the mere chance alignment of a few coincidences. The next evening, we were all gathered at the Sonozaki residence. I thought we would be talking with Mion's grandma over tea or something. However, it was not so relaxed a situation as that. Mion's grandma stayed in her futon. She was propped up against a huge cushion, and it made me feel like I was about to talk to a queen. That was not the only thing either. There were about 5 members of the Sonozaki family surrounding her, as though I was at some kind of Yakuza gathering. Yes, this was not just any old town council meeting. It was a meeting of the 3 families. I kind of felt as though I did not belong, but I also did not have the time to be afraid. If I could persuade this lady, I could get help from the villagers. So that is the situation. If the town council does not change their current stance, then no matter what Keiichikan says past this point, the center will not listen to him. At the very least, the town council needs to declare their neutrality. The mayor was the first to speak. The old woman looked very grave. I could not tell if she always wore an expression like that or if the story made her look that way. She made a comment in a very low voice to her people. The lady wearing a kimono spoke for her instead. She must be Mion's mother. The Child Consultation Center is simply doing their job. They understand how much you care about her, and they are going to take your appeal into consideration. What more are you expecting from them? Mom, let me explain this to you. Satoko's uncle is a horrible man. He regularly beat Satoko last year, and I am sure he is even worse this time around because of his lover up and abandoning him. Did you not investigate him, Kasai? Tepe Hojo, I mean. I did make such a report to Akane-san. You see, Mom, if we let the Child Consultation Center take care of this, it will take months for them to save Satoko. I cannot let her stay with that jerk for that long. She is not going to die. Stop making such a big fuss over this. The old lady finally spoke, but she did not have anything pleasant to say. She might not die, but... Then shut up, you idiot. Worse, you are not even willing to risk your own life over this? Grow a backbone, you twit. What nonsense. The more I listen, the more nonsense I hear. Wow. So that is why the whole village is afraid of her. This was Oryu Sonozaki, known variously as the Hag or Empress Sonozaki. Oryu, Satoko is my friend. I want you to save her. Rika-chama, remember what I have told you all this time? You have to choose your friends carefully. That girl is a demon child of the Hojo family. I am disappointed in you too, Dr. Irie. Are you not old enough to realize what you are doing? Satoko-chan is the daughter of the Hojo family, but she is not the one who supported the dam project and fought against the village. I think it is unfair for you to judge her that way. Shut up. Who do you think you are talking to, you piece of shit? Are you sure that she is willing to forgive Satoko-chan? That is what Mion told me. I think I get where the other villagers are coming from now. You look like you have something to say, Keiichi-kun. You should just let it out. I made eye contact with Mion's mom. She is very pretty, but she was wearing the same grave look as Oryu. By then I had no doubts that this was Mion's mother. I do not mind talking. Is it really okay though? Go ahead. You came all the way here to the Sonozaki residence. You should speak if you want to. Rina nodded in agreement. Okay. Oryu Sonozaki-san. My name is Keiichi Maebara. I moved here not too long ago. Nice to meet you. I already know a great deal about you. Let me tell you something. When your family moved to this village, you did not come here to introduce yourself. That left a pretty bad impression. Why was Mion only telling me that now? Sure hope I am not too late to introduce myself. Leave aside the fact that it is Satoko Hojo for a minute. The important thing to note is that villager is in danger right now. In order to help that person, we have no choice but to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Besides, I am doing all this of my own accord. I have not caused you any trouble. But you heard from the mayor that you have been causing trouble, did you not? The Hinamizawa Town Council and the Shishibone City Hall are working together. The Shishibone mayor and this Virago here had to talk with each other, and they decided to coexist. That was necessary for this village to prosper. But that village is going to let an innocent girl suffer? Did you not hear what I just said? No one is going to just let her suffer. The consultation center will take action when appropriate. You want them to hurry up, but frankly you are being selfish. The town council and the government officials are in a business relationship. They are treating Satoko's issue like it is an ordinary one. So basically you are saying that you do not care how much danger Satoko is in right now. Like Mion just told you, Teppei is a horrible person. When Satoko showed up at the school 3 days after she was kidnapped, she was already at her wit's end. After only 3 days. I cannot even imagine what would happen if we left her alone with him for a month. There is no guarantee that she will be saved after that either. At that point they might decide to put her case on hold again. Mrs. Sonozaki, does the emotional damage she is suffering not matter at all to you? So what do you think we should do? I am making an appeal to the Child Consultation Center, asking them to save her as soon as possible. I am going to continue going to the center until they do. Well then, there you go. You can just continue your appeal. It is none of the Sonozaki's business. Is that not enough? Damn it. She is so hard-headed. It was easy to win an argument with the old people in the assembly hall since they got agitated so quickly. But Akane-san, Mion's mom, is way tougher than that. Both of the Sonozaki sisters and their grandma are quick to anger, but Akane-san seemed incredibly calm. She was calm, but still full of animosity. I cannot continue our appeal anymore. If the town council does not tell the officials that they are going to support us, the Child Consultation Center will not listen to us at all. Did you hear that, Mom? We cannot just do whatever we want. We need the town council to decide whether they are going to support us or not. Actually, the council has already made their decision. They said they would support us as long as Granny agreed. Who the hell made that decision behind my back? You are all aware of how the Hojo family acted during the dam conflict, are you not? If you are asking me to forgive them, my answer is still no. I am not really familiar, actually. What were Satoko-chan's parents like? Her mom was like a stronger version of Satoko. Her dad was, well, Teppei's older brother. He was even stronger and scarier than Teppei. Scarier than Teppei? That is not very funny. I see. Now I am starting to understand how they clashed with the Sonozaki family. I guess she has not forgotten how much they pissed her off. You are saying it out loud so we can hear. My children have told me a lot about you. I heard you are one courageous boy. Let me tell you this straight up. You will be satisfied as long as that old lady in the futon just nods her head. I am not expecting you all to get involved in our protest. All I need is for her to nod. And if she said no, I would smash her head and make me on the new family head so she can nod for us. What the fucking hell did you just say, you goddamn son of a bitch? Someone bring me a sword. I'll cut him into pieces and dump him in the well. Are you ready for a fight, old lady? Whatever you ate tonight will be your last supper. Shut up, you little fucking shit. Do you even know who you were talking to? The evil hag sent a violent glare my way, the intimidating aura surrounding her becoming almost visible. Normally I would be terrified, however I cannot back off today. Satoko does not have much time left. Everyone here knows that. We all know that she'll be forever damaged in only a few more days. We would then cry and lament our powerlessness. We have to fight as best we can so that we have no regrets. There can be no limits to how far we would go to save her. Let me make this clear. Satoko is my friend. I am fighting for her sake. How about you? I heard that you used to be like that. You once fought, you and the whole village, just to save one villager. Is that not how strongly you rejected the dam project? You are just an outsider. Wait a minute, old lady. I am not an outsider. I am Keiichi Maebara from Hinamizawa. I am fighting to save my friend who is also from Hinamizawa. How can you say that I am an outsider? Or you say, Maebara-kun came to this village not too long ago, but he has already adapted to our way of life. He is a young man with lots of promise. Since when did you think disrespect is the same as promise, Dr. Irie? Someone bring me my medicine and some tea already. All this blood rushing to my head is making it ache. The man on the far side stood up and brought over some tea and medicine. If you think I am being disrespectful, then let me make this request properly. We want the Sonozaki family's help in order to save Satoko Hojo. Satoko lives in this village too. Moreover, she is my friend. Please, help us. As I deeply bowed my head to her, my friends bowed along with me. Keiichi-kun, raise your head. What shall we do, mother? It is none of my business. What are you expecting out of me? Satoko-chan is like family to Keiichi-kun. It is only natural for him to seek help for his family. Mom. However, the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family were enemies. They once disparaged Mother in public too. We can never forgive them for doing that. This is an issue of distinction. What do you mean, distinction? They would need to make an apology. However, the parents died in an accident. There is no one else who can apologize to us. Forgiveness will not come cheap. So if she apologizes to you, you will forget about what her family did. The world we live in is one of honor. If she apologizes to us, we'll have no choice but to forgive her. Are you going to make Satoko-chan apologize? Sure. I will make her apologize for what her parents did. Her parents cannot be there to do so, but you will still forgive her, will you not? We will have to see her before we make our final decision. But I suppose we can say that we will forgive her. What do you think, Oryu-san? What if Satoko-chan apologized to you about the dam conflict? Well, I will think about that when she apologizes to me. I might forgive her, if she really did. She laughed, obviously thinking that Satoko would never actually apologize to her. It seemed for a moment as though Rena had compromised in her mind. However, Rena always has a plan up her sleeve. If she apologized to you, would you apologize to her for discriminating against an innocent girl who did not deserve to be treated that way? Satoko-chan was not the one supporting the dam project. She is just a child of those who did. But you hate her just for her last name. You are not just an ordinary old lady in this village. You hold great influence over the people here because you are the leader of the Sonozaki family. Your public hatred towards Satoko-chan had a huge impact on the way the village thinks. That became clear with the town council too. Everyone is afraid to interact with the Hojo family because of how much you hate them. You are the mother of all Hinamizawa. You were instrumental in keeping us all afloat in the difficult times after the war. It is only natural that you hold such great influence over the people here. You are aware of how much your decisions can affect the whole village. Let me say this again. Satoko is my friend. She is my family. If your influence is going to cause us trouble, I will do battle with you. That is what protecting your friends is all about. I am impressed to hear that from a city boy like you. Let me ask what the other family members think. Well, how about it, everyone? What he is saying does make sense. The problem between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is not his business, but he is clear about how much he wants to save her. There would not be any problem if she was not a child of the Hojo family. They can do whatever they want to. We as a family can't just stay neutral. Do you not agree? No, apparently that is not enough, everyone. The big scary man in sunglasses spoke with a deep voice. He is saying that the town council will not support them unless the Sonozaki family agree to as well. And without the support of the council, the center will not listen to them either. We need to be clear about our decision on this one. What do you think? Keiichi-kun, you are a stronger man than my daughters have led me to believe. Frankly, I have had to change my opinion of you. You are a man among men. Are you Mion's father? I thought he was the boss of a Yakuza clan or something. Wait, I did hear once that her dad is exactly that. He certainly looks the part. It is partly our fault that your friend is struggling. Her parents decide she is just an innocent girl. Is that not right, Mother? Who even cares? Anyone who bears the Hojo name is a ungrateful little shit. He even told me a few minutes ago that he is going to smash my head in. A bastard like that does not deserve to be called a man among men. Mother, can we help Keiichi-kun this one time? He is a passionate young man. Not many youngsters these days have that kind of inner strength. Granny, please, we need your help. Satoko is my friend too. I deeply respect how you fought for this village. I want to fight like you for my friend. I am asking for your help too. Satoko is my family. She is a little sister to me. Please, please give us your help. Upon seeing the twins bowing so deeply, the stubborn old woman simply stared at them with that grave look of hers. I figured it would be difficult to get her to cooperate with us. The mayor looked troubled too. Mion's grandma eventually turned her gaze to me, and I stared back at her. I already bowed to you once, so I am not going to do that again. But let me just say it one more time. Please, help us. Satoko is my friend, and she is one of the villagers. She was never disrespectful to you. You have no reason to hate her. If I nod my head, what happens next? Once the council is on our side, the consultation center will have to hear us out. If they still do not listen, then we will go there again. We will go there with the whole village. Tomorrow is Saturday. The consultation center is open in the morning. The villagers will all be gathering for the preparation for the festival then, so I will just take them all along with me. That would be crazy. You would be involving hundreds of people. How many people would come exactly? I do not know how many of them would, but I would definitely go make a speech in front of all of them. How do things look to you, Mr. Mayor? Most of the council members are supporting them. Our relationship with the government is important, but some of them think it is more important to fight for Satoko-chan, that is, to resurrect the spirit of the Guardians. We all understand what Keiichi is trying to do, and no one disagrees with him. So the whole village is united even without Mother. But you're still seeking final approval from the Sonozaki family. That is a rather dirty way of doing business. Akane-san, or you-san. To put it simply, I feel bad for Satoko-chan. She is doing the best she can, even though she is all alone. I think it is time for us to let her know that she will not be ostracized by anyone anymore. I refuse. I will never forgive the demon child of the Hojo family. Fine then, you are the enemy of my friend. That makes you my enemy. I'm going to kill you right here. Mion, you can take her place and lend us your support then. I'm going to kill this old bat right this minute. As I jumped up, her family members stood in my way. They all had put their hands into their pockets. I do not want to imagine what they might pull out of there. This is pissing me off. How dare you say that? I cannot take this anymore. Or you. Think of your blood pressure. I am sorry, Rika-chama. Will you pass me that bag of medication? My veins really are going to burst. She was mumbling too much for me to tell what she was saying, but I could tell that she was furious. She whispered something into Mion's mother's ear. She spoke for her instead. I am sorry, but this is it for tonight. She has a horrible headache and she cannot talk with you any longer. But I still have not gotten my answer. Keiichi-kun, you need to learn to play by the adults' rules. I have been very patient with you today. That is because you are a friend of my daughter's. You need to reflect on that, do you not think? Kei-chan, we have done enough today. Let's get out of here. Based on Mion and Shion's reaction, Mion's mom is very scary when she is angry. They were convinced that their mom was going to explode in about 10 seconds. Still, should we really leave it after just that? Damn it, I really want her to nod. If she gives me an answer tonight, I can gather a huge crowd tomorrow. The people at the Child Consultation Center were laughing at us today. We would gradually increase the number we had got until the third day. On the fourth, we had far less. They must think that we will not show up at all within a couple of days. No matter what, we cannot stop showing up. How many days has it been since she was taken by her uncle? We do not have a single day to waste. However, for tonight, the meeting was over. The old lady went to sleep and we were kicked out of the room. Even though the rest of us were forced to leave, the mayor stayed behind to wrap things up. We decided to wait in the yard for him to come back out. Damn it, we were almost there. You said everything you needed to say. You have to give her time to think about it. Of course, we do not exactly have time to waste. What do you think, Coach? Mori-san was in a really foul mood. Once she gets like that, she'll stay that way for at least 3 days. It might be difficult for us to take any villagers along for the protest tomorrow. At least she listened to us until the end. We just have to trust that she will make the right decision. You are right. It is hard to trust in someone and just wait, though. Hey, everyone. You all did a good job in there. Mion and Xian ran over to join us. Hey, you two, you did a good job, too. How was it? Do you think it will work? I have no idea. From the looks of it, she was in a terrible mood. Honestly, Kei-chan, I do not think you should ever come back here. What, so I cannot ever hang out at your house again? Still, that was really impressive, Kei-chan. You did not even seem scared. Was she that scary? She had a scary look on her face, sure, but it was not that bad. You can only say that because you do not know how scary she really is. Well, as they say, ignorance is bliss. That is not true. I think he would have fought her even if he knew how scary she can really be. Speaking of which, you seemed fine when she yelled at you too, Ryugu-san. She might have raised her voice, but she was not actually angry. I was not scared at all either. Not at all. Did did she really not look angry to you? No, your grandmother was not angry at all. Is that really how it looked to her? To me it looked like her head was going to explode. The next moment I heard someone walking toward us. It was the mayor who was accompanied by Mion's mother. Oh, Uncle Kimiyoshi. How was it? Did the old witch finally start melting? Well, we got her approval. What? You mean the Virago gave you the green light? You can do what you want to now, Keiichi-kun. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mom? That hag was so ticked off, though. I cannot even imagine what caused her to grant us permission. No matter how it happened, I guess she accepted me in the end. The Virago gave approval for the town council to support Keiichi-kun. Now you have the Onikafuchi Guardians on your side. With them, there is no way you can lose, but you cannot put up a disgraceful fight either. You only just moved to this village, but you will need to understand and appreciate the history of Hinamizawa. Can you take on this responsibility? Yes, I can. My, you are a brave boy. You do have my respect. It takes great courage to address the Virago like that. It gave me chills when you jumped on top of her and put your hands around her throat. Well, I almost did jump on her, but I was not actually serious. Listen for a moment. You jumped on top of her and nearly choked her to death. That's how it is going to be. Why? That's so violent. The Virago cannot possibly forgive the Hojo family. She also cannot possibly give you what you want simply because you came to her and begged for it. So unless the story goes something like, after Kage-kun violently fought with the Virago, she was impressed by his chivalry and decided to grant him special permission. It will not sound convincing. Got it, Mion? Yeah, that sounds great. Things cannot just be simple with her. This is how a legend is born. Now people will believe that you physically fought with the hag in order to save Satoko. People are going to be afraid of you, Kei-chan. This is the beginning of the legend of Keiji the Strongest. Everybody will run and hide when they see you on the streets. I do not want to be a legend. But anyway, thank you very much. You do not need to thank me. The town council made the decision. We cannot go against their wishes. In fact, we would have preferred if you just ignored us and went ahead with things. That was a dirty move of yours, Mayor Kimiyoshi-san. Well, I am glad that she gave us her approval after all that. The Virago always worried about Satoko-chan because people were still treating her poorly. She thought that she could only make everything right with her death. But thanks to all of you, she was able to settle this issue before the end. I am sure she appreciates it. No, we are very thankful to her as well. I will have to come here again to thank her in person. That is not a good idea. She will chase you around with a sword next time. In fact, I am surprised she did not do that today. She must be fond of you, Keiichi-kun. I thought so too. Or he was even more fond of using her sword. Rika-chan, do not say that with such a big smile. I am glad I am still alive. I have grown fond of you too after today. That is what being a man is all about. Satoko-chan is a very lucky girl, having such a dedicated man as you. Wait, Mom, Satoko and Kei-chan are not like that. Oh, they are not? If he does not have a girl yet, then you two have a chance. Hey, Keiichi-kun, between me and Shion, which do you prefer? You can call me your mother from now on if you like. Neon and Shion simultaneously turned red and hit me with their fist and elbow. The apple sure does not fall far from the tree. Their mom talks just the same way that they do. Well, Keiichi-kun, you managed to successfully persuade Oryu-san. Just as we promised you have the council's support. We will call the people in charge tomorrow and let them know. And of course I will tell them to take Satoko-chan under the protection as soon as possible. We have Oryu-san's support as too. I am sure Satoko-chan will be rescued shortly after my call. Are you serious? You just managed to persuade someone that important, Kei-chan. So, Satoko-chan really will be safe this time tomorrow? We cannot say that for sure. If they refuse Uncle Kimiyoshi's request, that means the Onikafuchi Guardians will come after them. He is normally a calm guy, but he is like a monster when he becomes leader of the Guardians. Are you not, Uncle? I will be a monster if I have to. I can promise you that. I will do my best to ensure that Satoko-chan is rescued as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Also, will you please stop ostracizing Satoko just because of who her parents were? We heard you saying bad things about her, you know. Something about how she's a member of a cursed family. I was just saying those things because of other people. I do not personally have anything against her. Then quit saying it, alright? Please accept her as just another child of the village. Of course, I will never say that again. I promise you that. I am afraid Keiichi-kun might throttle me too. After that, we started heading back home. Satoko still is not saved, but I think we made a huge progress today just the same. The mayor is going to call the Child Consultation Center tomorrow to tell them that he is on our side. He is also going to persuade them to save Satoko as soon as possible. He will bring up Oryu-san's name too. Is Satoko really going to be rescued from her fate? Yeah, I am sure she will. She might even be saved tomorrow. If not, we will go all out next time. It will be the war to end all wars. Also, Rika-chan, do not use words like fate anymore. Putting it like that is like it has already been decided. But see, nothing is actually decided in advance. We are the ones who make our own futures. So stop using the word fate as if there is nothing we can do. Rika seemed to think about what I said for a while. I wondered for a moment if I said something that hurt her feelings, but Rika-chan soon smiled at me. Okay, I will do what you say. I will not use that word anymore. You told me you could change fate as easily as tearing a piece of paper, and after 100 years you are about to break the horrible cycle of Teppei's return. I can now believe that the danger that awaits me is something that can be changed as well. The worst thing that could ever happen is you not moving to Hinamizawa. I experienced that twice in the past 100 years. Those were the saddest worlds of all. I do not understand a thing that just came out of your mouth. You are trying to confuse the issue, are you not? That is a secret. I will do just as Keiichi says. I will not use words like fate anymore. Hello, thank you for calling. You have reached Shishibone City Hall. Hello? Excuse me, could you get the local affairs chief from the social welfare department? Of course. Please hold. Thank you for calling. This is the local government section. Hello, may I speak to the head clerk, Ida-san? Hello, Kimiyoshi-san. Thank you very much for the other day. No, no, it was no problem. Really, I should be thanking you. I am much obliged. The head clerk is right here. I will give him the phone. Sir, is Kimiyoshi the head of the Inamizawa Town Council? Hello, how may I help you today? Well, I am calling about that case at the Child Consultation Center. Oh, yes. A group of young children have been protesting in front of the office. They are such an inconvenience. I am so glad that we were able to talk to you about that. So how did it turn out? Well, the village has officially decided to support Mibara-kun. Excuse me? Could you say that again? The town council agrees with what Mibara-kun is doing. The younger people in the council want to support him as best they can. Well, I say younger, but they are in their 50s and 60s. I see. However, what are the other council members saying? Well, we held an emergency meeting last night. Some of the more hard-headed members were against it at first, but they were persuaded by Mibara-kun in the end. You know, we do not see young people with that much backbone these days. In my opinion, attitudes like that ought to be nurtured for the sake of a brighter future. So everyone on the council has reached a consensus. Yes, that is right. Everyone came to an agreement. Nobody is opposed to supporting him. Kimiyoshi-san, as I explained to you, the people at the Child Consultation Center are doing the best they can. However, they cannot render their final judgment before the investigation period is over. It is a human rights issue. I believe Mibara-kun explained it to them many times. Satoko-chan is being locked up by a terribly violent man. The emotional scars she is suffering will never heal. She will forever have a deep wound in her pure and innocent heart. Remember what you were saying at the youth seminar the other day? You were there with me, were you not? Yes. Well, what does the Sonosaki family say about this? Well, Oryu-san also agrees with us. She was very clear about that. If you're going to insist on not rescuing Satoko-chan, the whole village will be joining Meibarukan's movement. Oryu Sonosaki said that? Well, this is a problem within the family, so it's very hard for the government to take care of it. If I could see the man, I would talk to him in person, but he rarely even leaves his house. Besides, if one of us personally said something to him, he might get nervous and hurt Satoko-chan even more. That is why the local government has to get involved. I understand your point. I will call Sonosaki-san in a moment and ask for her opinion too. I would advise you not to do that. Oryu-san is very upset right now. I really would not call her for some time. Really? That is not good. When she is mad, it's like she turns into a demon. Anyway, I want you to tell the Child Consultation Center to put Satoko-chan under their protection immediately. I will come with you if you need me to. We can go right now. Oh no, I cannot make you go to all that trouble. I will call the Child Consultation Center and give you their feedback later today. I want you to let me know before noon. I am sure your call will not be so long and stretched into the evening. Is the head of the office that busy? No, he is not. Very well. I will call you back before noon today. Thank you very much. Tell them that the town council is very upset that they are not taking this appeal seriously enough. Yes, I will let them know. I will talk to you again soon. Sir, are you okay? This is bad. Hinamizawa village is kicking up a storm again. Saito-kun, will you please call Sonozaki-san and ask her what is going on? I need to call the Child Consultation Center. This might be a resurrection of the dam conflict. Hello? Yes, this is the local government section calling. May I speak to the head of the office? The Hinamizawa Town Council was supporting them? I thought you told me they were not connected to this. I did. When I spoke to the mayor the other day, they were not involved. However, they changed their stance just last night. I understand. However, we are still not going to reverse our decision even if the whole village really does show up. It would not be right to give her special treatment just because the town council protests. Sir, I believe you are aware of this, but they are the only Gafuji guardians. You know about the dam conflict, right? I was not living here then, so I do not know much about it. I heard that was some huge government protest or something like that. I am going to be honest with you. I think you should pay attention to what they are saying. But wait a minute. I heard that the Onikafuji Guardian disbanded years ago. Have you not had a fairly close relationship with the village ever since the conflict ended? Yes, things had worked out smoothly. I wonder what happened to change that overnight. The mayor seems to be favoring a young man named Meibarukan. They have the support of Sonozaki-san too. It is not a trivial matter. Sonozaki-san, you mean the ruler of the underside of Hinamizawa? I have never actually met her. At any rate, you need to be very careful. If it is at all possible, I think you should try to protect Hojo-san immediately. I am not familiar with this mayor, so I do not know what kind of person he is. Our job needs to be done carefully, and no matter the job, it is not right to do things in a disorderly fashion. Our people are doing the best they can. They have piles of other cases to work on. Every single case is very important. We cannot just prioritize our case for no reason. I see. I understand. I will call Kimiyoshi-san back and let him know your opinion. You need to call him back. Look, the municipal government does not exist for this town council's amusement. Why are you bending over backwards just to look after the needs of one village? I understand. Thank you for your time. I am sorry for the inconvenience. This is really bad. That guy is even from around here. He has no idea how scary the town council can be. That is a transfer from the prefectural office for you. He is spying against Hinamizawa. I refuse to be responsible for this one. How did you do? Did you get to talk to Sonozaki-san? Yes. She has the same opinion as Kimiyoshi-san. She also wants a call from you regarding what the Child Consultation Center said. This is really bad. I thought this was going to be a happy Saturday. The head of the consultation center has no idea what he is up against. There is going to be a huge crowd swarming the area by the beginning of the week. We have to call Kimiyoshi-san and Sonozaki-san right away. Should I help with that too? Before anything else, we should be calling the mayor of Shishibo. No, we didn't get any new tips that time? Oh, that is interesting. No new tips. Okie dokie. So they refused. Yes, I got a call from the local government section. The Child Consultation Center has no intention of listening to us. They are still trying to do what they can, but we do not have much time. I even told them that we have no time to spare. The mayor came to the school before noon to explain to us what went down with the officials. We had all gathered in the teacher's office to meet with him. Wow. I do not know the head of the center personally, but he is a pretty tough guy to go against the will of Hinamizawa. He used to work for the prefecture, so he is not familiar with town council here. He is not treating this like it is a big deal. He is kind of stupid. This is not any ordinary village he is up against. This is Hinamizawa. What a sad guy. We will just have to fight them. I spoke with the other council members and we all agreed that we cannot stay quiet anymore. After all, we cannot just nod our heads in defeat and back down after I put our name out there. We will be heading to the consultation center after this ourselves. Okay, I will get right on arranging for the town council to send some people too. I am about to go consult with where you stand on how to handle this. This is not like with the dam conflict though. It is an ordinary Saturday. It is not going to be difficult to get people to go. Do not worry, Kei-chan. This is not a city. People are out there farming every day of the week. Whether it is a Saturday or a Tuesday does not really matter to them. It will not be that difficult to find people who are willing to help out. I see. I tend to think of adults as people who work at big companies. But this is Hinamizawa. I almost forgot about that. The regular government offices usually close at noon on Saturdays, but the Child Consultation Center is open until 3. Can we be there at 1? I cannot promise you how many people I will be able to bring along, though. It does not matter how many people we get as long as we get people. Thank you so much for your help. I am so glad that more adults are involved now. Yeah, this is going to make a huge difference. The number of people we get will depend on what Oryu says. That is true. We will see how serious she is about helping us based on how many people show up. If the hag is in as good a mood as my mother says, then we might get about 30 from both the staff and the youth group. I think that is a fair guess. 30 adults plus 10 children. It sounds better than yesterday. I am coming too. I will bring my megaphone. Yes. Your legendary megaphone. I thought it was broken. That's the one I used to have. The riot squad broke it. The memories. I can feel the spirit of Onikafuchi making my blood boil. It seems like we are going to be holding a festival on the day before Watsunagashi too. To the consultation center. I wonder if they are still going to tell us that there is no evidence of abuse, just because she has not admitted to it yet. That is pretty likely. How are things on your end, Rika-chan? Were you able to persuade Satoko to seek help? I did my best. It is all up to her now. I wish Satoko would stop being so stubborn. Sis, there are both times one should and should not be stubborn. I can understand how Satoko must feel. Sorry, I did not mean it that way. She might not want any help from us, but we would not be her real friends if we could not see how scared she is. I agree. It would be easy if Satoko asked us for help, but it will be too late if we wait for that to happen. If there is a child in the middle of a busy street, you pull her to the sidewalk before talking to her. Sometimes actions have to come before words. Right, that is a good example. You have to pull her back to the sidewalk first. I have heard what is going on. Now, let us all get back to the classroom and start homeroom. Go home and eat your lunches before you go to the child consultation center, okay? It is not good to skip meals. At that point, everyone was thinking there would not really be 30 adults there to support us. However, we were wrong. I had no idea how serious Hinamizawa can get. By the time I got there with my 10 classmates, the quiet atmosphere around the library had completely disappeared. Oh my goodness. Are all these people from Hinamizawa? Not just Hinamizawa. I see some people from Okinomiya too. You are right. Some of them are even here in their work uniforms. What an incredible sight. Looks like Oryu got really serious. Apparently, this really is like old times. How I have missed the way I felt during the damn conflict. Kay, what is going on today? Hey, Kamita-kun. Well, I just called on the whole village to come here. I thought you would only be able to get kids. How'd you get all these adults here too?
Stream Elements
You're making me
said,
weak in the knees, man.
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
Whoa, there are so many working adults around. Little girls are mankind's greatest treasure. Of course, as many of our comrades would gather here. Not only had many people shown up, but many different kinds of people too. I wonder how many people there are. I think there is well over 100 so far. More people are still on their way too. Maybara-san, I am sorry for being late. What an amazing crowd you have got together. So this is the power of Onikafuji. I had heard about this power before, but this is something else. This is reminding me more and more of the damn conflict, but to get this many people to show up. Keiji-kun, you are amazing. You are the new face of Hinamizawa. Keiji-kun, there sure are a lot of them. Kimiyoshi-san, how many people did you talk to? I am not quite sure. We just used the phone list and asked people to gather for a meeting of the Onikafuji Guardians. Everyone left work and came right here. You there. This movement is an initiative of the town council, so do not use a banner with the name of the Onikafuji Guardians on it, okay? I see Keiji-kun's father. Hello. Hello, Rena-chan. Keiji, I'm here to support you. Your mom wanted to come here too, but she had to stay home and wait for a phone call. She says to do your best and keep at it. I will, thank you. I have heard the stories about the damn conflict, but this is impressive. You are representing all these people, right? Yeah. I was only representing 5 of us in the beginning. but it has grown so big now that I do not care if there are 100 or 1,000 people here. No matter what, I will do everything I can to save my friend. Keiichi, this is it. Yup, our force of arms is more than enough. Those losers are peeping at us through the curtains right now. They must be quaking in their boots. Sir, do you see all those people? What shall we do? There is nothing to do, other than our jobs, of course. If they want to protest, let them. I need to leave for a business trip now, so you can handle them. But there's a banner that says we want to talk with the head of the office. See? That banner was the same one that the Onikafuji Guardians had used in the past. They brought along as many banners as they could reuse. This one said the head of the office, but originally it meant the head of the construction office. Of course, the head of the Child Consultation Center did not know about that. We spoke with 3 of those representatives the other day. According to the people from City Hall, these Hinamizawans have a good memory. If they see you walking around outside to the parking lot, they will recognize your face. There are people protesting by the back door too. What do you mean? Are they going to kidnap me or something? During the dam conflict, it was not uncommon for people to get injured. If you can postpone your business trip, I would recommend you do so. I guess that would be for the best. It is not an emergency, so I will just stay here for today. In the next moment, the crackling noise of a speaker echoed outside. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? This is a Hinamizawa Town Council. We are sorry for causing trouble in our neighborhood. Testing, testing. They were adjusting the output of the speakers. A few trucks carrying those speakers were parked outside. The head of the consultation center finally realized, in that moment, what it really meant to fight against the village of Hinamizawa. There are so many people out there, they might barge in at any minute. If they come inside, they will disturb our work. Do not let them in. It was half an hour past the appointed assembly time. The mayor told me that there were still a few more people on their way. Even more people are going to show up. Brenda counted up all the people here already and found that there were more than 150 of them. I really doubt we can get this many to come back by Monday afternoon. Hopefully we can finish this today. Alright, Keiichi-kun, let's begin. The mayor gave me the green light. He wanted us to chant our slogan in chorus before going inside. It really was like a real protest. Mi-chan, do you think all of us can fit inside that tiny office? Do you think so? Of course we cannot all fit. We will split up into those who can go in and those spilling out. That is why we had everyone start chanting together before we go in. Sis, you cannot break or kick anything today. Like I would ever do something like that. You got me in so much trouble when you pretended to be me doing all that. Is that not Oishi-san? I didn't expect to see him here. Of course, he is my mahjong friend. He came here to support me even though he is not from Hinamizawa. Maibara-san, hello there. Oishi-san, you're here right on time. We are getting ready to go inside right now. Oishi was accompanied by a few of his own men. He brought along 4 police officers in uniform. Maibara-san, I need to have a little chat with you. Hello there, Mayor Kimiyoshi. Oishi-san, what brings you here? I need to have a talk with the 2 of you right now. May I? And can it be in more private, please? What do you need from us? Well, you're on government property here. Obstructing it for any given reason is prohibited. I was really taken aback. I thought we were just getting started, but Oishi-san, and by that I mean the police, are telling me to break up the crowd. What do you mean? The government is not going to listen to the voice of its citizens. We are not doing anything wrong. We are here to ask them to help Satoko. Why is that such a bad thing? You are protesting here without permission, for one. Also, there is a policy at the Child Consultation Center which allows the caretaker of the building to dismiss any client when he feels that they are disrupting their service. The caretaker of the building, who is that? Well, that would be the head of the office here. What a cheap trick. He will not even let us speak our minds. Where are we supposed to protest then? If we have to get off the property, can we do it across the road? If you want to use public roads, you have to get permission from the Public Safety Department first. You'll have to contact them through the police. In other words, you have no choice but to disband for today. Maybara-san, it seems they really do hate you. This is ridiculous. I do not believe this. We have so many people here in support of Satoko, and you're saying you cannot even talk to them? My friends soon all came over running. Waishi-san explained the situation to them, but they reacted exactly the same way I did. No way. That is horrible. No matter what we say to them, all they do is jot down the amount of people in the group. That is why we brought lots of people here today. But they do have the right to refuse us. There is nothing we can do about that. We have to either listen to the police or disregard what they say entirely. The damn conflict has been over for a while. I do not want to play that game anymore. Damn it! What are we going to do then? Do we just have to leave and come back later? The same thing will happen when we do. They will just call the police again. The head of the consultation center has no intention of letting us in there ever again. We must really have upset him. So what are we going to do now? We'll just have to be patient. If we cannot protest on their property, we'll just have to do it from across the road. Seeing that every day will put a lot of pressure on them. That is going to take way too long. The government is like the Yakuza. It will get more complicated if we keep making them mad. So even the Onikafuji Guardians cannot do anything about this? How pathetic. Can you not do something about this, Uncle? Xian-chan, in a battle like this, you have to be patient. They are refusing us so blatantly, just like the construction office did in the damn conflict, so we'll just have to surround them and dig in for a prolonged fight. But that is not going to work. There are so many people here. I was supposed to end this today. Satoko did not come to school again today. Her uncle called and claimed that her cold had resurfaced. He promised that she would be back on Monday, but hearing that was not any relief to us. Today is Saturday, so there are 2 more days until then. Nothing is guaranteed for Satoko. In the world I imagined, it was too late to save Satoko by the day before Watanagashi. The Satoko in real life has not gone to that point yet, but nothing guarantees that she'll still be fine in just 2 days. I do not know if she'll still be sane the next time we see her. So this is going to be a stalemate. Do we really have to wait until they make their final decision? No, Keiichi-kun. We have no time to waste for Satoko-chan. I just know that something bad is going to happen. We got help from this many people, yet we cannot even go inside the building. Rika-chan said that with tears in her eyes. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I told Rika-chan that I could defeat anything if I put my mind to it. I do not want to give up here. Even a few days ago, we never imagined that we would get this many supporters. We got approval from the town council and even from Mion's grandma. What else am I supposed to do? What can we do to make our wish come true? Is there something that we have not done yet? Son of a bitch! Rika-chan, you do not have to look so sad. We are doing everything we can. You believe that. right? Yeah, I believe we did everything we can do. Then we just have to wait for the wind to come. We just have to wait. I am sure that strong wind is on its way. When is that? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Satoko is sleeping like the dead. If he did not send her to school, that annoying teacher might come to harass him again. He really wanted her to go to school today. However, no matter how much he forced her to wake up, she collapsed and went back to sleep. He touched her forehead and realized that she had a high fever. If he sent her to school like that, they might say something about it. He had no choice but to call the school and tell them that she's sick again. Chie asked him many questions, but Teppei told her that she really was sick this time. An hour later, he realized he had said something he should not have to the teacher. Ever since he took Satoko in, there had been nothing but trouble. The teacher came to visit him the day after he took her. He received calls every so often, too. They were all from the Child Consultation Center. Every single one of them told him to put Satoko on the phone. Teppei was still certain that Satoko would not give him up, because of her fear that he would destroy Satoshi's room if he did. However, he was not sure how long she would keep her silence. In short, Teppei had no idea whether or not Satoko would continue to do as she was told. The only thing he knew for absolute certain was that he could not control her forever with fear alone. He could frighten her with just a look, but that fear would not last for a very long time. He wanted to leave the house before Satoko got him into trouble, but in order to do that he needed to find the bank book as soon as possible. Satoko was sleeping like an abandoned kitten inside of a wrinkled blanket. She was swaying heavily and breathing deeply. Both were signs of a very high fever. Teppei was not concerned in the least, of course. Instead, he felt that this was his chance. In that state, she would not notice if he went into Satoshi's room. He had promised her that he would not mess around in there, as long as she stayed obedient to him. In reality, he went inside Satoshi's room while Satoko was at school, but he was very careful about putting everything back into place. However, by this point he had had enough. He was anxious to leave as soon as he could. Even Teppei could tell that Satoko's fever was not from a cold, but from emotional distress. If she got even sicker, it could cause him even more trouble for him. He slowly creeped up the stairs, heading for Satoshi's room. He tried to open the door slowly, but was stuck on something. He assumed he had just hit the furniture with the door, but in the next moment, he heard the loud noise of falling metal. Something had been stuck behind the door, and it had knocked over something on the bookshelf. Teppei clicked his tongue. He had been planning to sneak into Satoshi's room while Satoko was asleep, and shortly after that he heard Satoko running up the stairs. She was not running just because she heard a noise. She was running because she heard a noise from Satoshi's room, and that meant Teppei was trying to get inside it. Stop! Stop! Do not go inside Nini's room. Fuck. I was just going to look around for a minute. No damn luck. All I need is some cash. I know there's a bank book inside his room. I know that you hid it in there. Be a good girl and tell me where it is. I do not know anything about a bank book. It is not inside Nini's room. Do not mess around in there. Leave it alone until he comes home. Shut the fuck up. Satoko let out a dull cry as she went rolling across the floor. Satoko's screams echoed around the room. Hitting her would leave a mark, and then the child consultation would harass him, and maybe more than that. As a man of violence, it was already stressful enough to be warned not to hit her. But once he hit her on impulse like he just did, his restraint was all gone. Satoko was crying and holding her left cheek. She might have suffered a cut on the inside of it when he punched her. She had bloody drool trickling out of the corner of her mouth. Fucking hell. That did it. The center is going to be back here next week. I'm going to be in real shit if it is still swollen by then. God damn it. This is more trouble than it's worth. Quit with the nee already. Are you supposed to be a broken record or something? Can it, you little bitch. Pepe kicked her and she curled up on the floor. Ever since Rena had abandoned him, nothing good had happened at all. All he got was a whiny little girl. All she can do is cook and clean. Other than that, she just acts scared all the time. So once Satoko started crying like an infant, Tepe also lost his mind. I said shut up. Did you not hear me? Who are you whining to? Damn it, damn it, damn it! Oishi-san, will you please leave us alone for today? Satoko is in danger as we speak. Hey now, if you touch me, I can arrest you for obstructing the law. Damn it! Stop it, Kei-chan. He is just trying to piss you off. Hey, old man, you will not live long with that kind of attitude. Now I am scared. If you keep on talking to me like that, I will arrest you for threatening an officer. Calm down, Keiichi-kun. He is on our side. What? What are you saying, Rena? Can you not see? He is being nice to you right now. He is saying these things because he is a policeman, but I think he is still on your side. If you really wanted to make us leave, he would not be talking to us like this. He would simply use force. But he is still blocking our way right now. How can he still be on our side? Oishi-san, you have got a call in the cruiser from the chief. Thanks. I have got to go for now. Start vacating the area, please. If you take another step forward, I will take it as a declaration of war. Got it memorized? God damn it. Hello, Oishi here, reading you loud and clear. Oishi-san, how's the situation there? It's fine. Everyone's being perfectly reasonable. There are quite a lot of people here, so it's taking time to break them up. Really? We are still getting calls from the Child Consultation Center. They are wondering when you can get them out of there. They will leave soon. I have already spoken to the leader. It is taking time for him to explain it to his people. If they call again, tell them to wait for a little bit. I heard that the Onikafuchi Guardians are back in action, but it seems like it's not getting too messy this time. Yes. The damn conflict has been over for a long time. Just give them a little bit to pack up and leave. Oishi-san, how could you lie to him like that? You have not made any progress in persuading the leader yet. Now, was that really a lie? The chief warned us that this could turn into a riot. I think we should call for help and shut this down before anything happens. Kuma-chan, do not be mean. Excuse me? He got this many people together in order to help his friend. That is no small feat, you know. The whole village is here, and that means he persuaded Oryu Sonozaki. It would not be easy for a young boy like him to persuade the Empress. You think Oryu Sonozaki is backing this crowd? The girl they are trying to help is Satoko Hojo, the daughter of the dam supporters. It is hard to believe that the villagers would be trying to save her. There was a thick wall between them and the Hojo family. But he broke that wall down in just a few days. Actually, I have been following his progress up to this point. I saw him at their Watanagashi planning meeting. He is a damn courageous boy. The elders screamed and yelled at him, but he was not scared at all. He magnificently brought them over to his side. After that, they told him that they would support him if he could also persuade Oryu. Since he is here today, he apparently also succeeded at doing that. He is going to be someone big one day. You should probably get close to him while you still can. I knew it. You are taking it easy today. We're normally very direct, so I was surprised when you started negotiating with him. I want to see Maybara-san earn a little credit today. Oishi said something that he should not say as a policeman. Kumagai had to struggle to understand what he meant. Giving Oishi a thin smile, he asked him a question. Do you want to leave without disbanding them? Nah, we do not need to treat them special. You do not know anything about the Onikafuji Guardians. You and Maybara-san both. They are not as weak as you think. You will see. You want to wait and see what they do? As usual, we are doing a thankless job. Want a cigarette? Kumagai accepted their offer, taking a cigarette from Oishi's hand. And the next moment, two black vehicles stopped short in front of the building, their brakes screaming under the stress. There they come. Look closely, Kuma-chan. Several men wearing well-tailored suits emerged from the vehicles. Some of them looked like muscle-head gangsters, and some of them more resembled intelligent businessmen. There was clearly an overbearing old man in a hakama with a crest, and what looked like a whole circle of Yakuza leaders arrived after him. Is Keiichi Maibara-kun present? Where is he? I am Keiichi Maibara. How may I help you? Do not worry, we are on your side. Who are you exactly? Hey, uncle. Why are you here? I cannot believe he actually showed up. Shion and Neon's surprised reactions made me feel nervous. Keiichi-kun, you are the leader here. There is no need to hesitate. Let's go. The group of men clapped me on the shoulders. But I cannot go. The police are here. Alright, stop right there, boys. I am Oishi from the Okinomiya PD. Good afternoon. Where are you all headed? Who do you think you are? How could you stop law-abiding citizens from conducting a protest? Well, Sonozaki-sensei, we are here because the Child Consultation Center called us here. Sonozaki-sensei? Is he a teacher from some school? I do not have time to joke around. This man in Hakama must be the Sonozaki family's representative on the prefectural assembly. I heard that he's a really scary guy when he raises his voice, just like Neon's grandfather. Shut up. Get away, you damn pig. Who gave you orders to get in their way? The chief of police ordered us here. I cannot disobey him, you know. The Okinomiya police chief. He is going to hear some real complaints from me later. Tell him to be ready. Oishi's partner was doing his best not to laugh. Okay, I will relay that message to him. Anyway, there are rules in the city. Like how the caretaker of a building can order people to vacate their property if he thinks that they can cause trouble for his business. As Oishi-san explained in a strange, half-troubled and half-delighted manner, one of the intelligent-looking guys started talking as Deaf Representative Sonozaki. Hello, I am the attorney Sonozaki from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. I went over the laws that apply to the Child Consultation Center. Their claim is unjust and it could be considered an abuse of their official authority. Here is a copy of the regulations. Furthermore, Keiichi Maibara-san is appointed leader of the Hinamizawa Unified Council. This is the power of attorney issued by the council. The Hinamizawa Unified Council is a Good Samaritan organization of citizens formed under the observation of the Shishiban local government section. That makes him a proper representative of the organization, and he went through the proper channels. Rejecting his appeal is a clear abuse of authority and violates the municipal public servant regulations. Therefore, the order made by the head of the Child Consultation Center is unlawful, and if the police continue to interfere with this movement, then... Okay. I understand. My apologies. Well, then you can carry on, everyone. That is what you should have said from the beginning. Let's go, Keiichi-kun. Wait, we might be disrupting their business if everyone goes inside. Do not worry. Only the representatives are going in. Is even that going to interrupt their business? With 4 couches in the visitors room, I assume they can easily hold 10 people in there. I guess you know better. Please go on ahead then. Maybar, let us go. Nobody is going to stop us now. Yes, sir. Reno, Mion, Xian, Rika-chan, we are going in. Let's go. Is this all part of Oryu's plan? Probably. I did not think she would talk to these guys too. No matter how you look at it, it is the Sonozaki family giving us the most support. I wonder what made the hag change her mind. I am not surprised at all. I always believed that Michan's grandma would help us. Really? I said some nasty things to her last night, but right now I could kiss her. Alright everyone, we are going inside. The crowd cheers. The main event is about to begin. Maybar-san, please save Hojo-san. Help rescue Satoko-chan. Maybar boy, good luck. This is your show. We wish you luck. Angel Mort Grenadiers secure the path of retreat. Support the charge. Show us what you got. I will. I am going to get them. Maybar-san, we will wait for you here. We look forward to hearing the good news. Yes, bring us good news. I'll be waiting for you too. I pumped my fist in the air in response to their high expectations. We entered the Child Consultation Center backed by the power of the Sonozaki family. I finally made it. It was cool inside the building, unlike the outside world. I could still hear the crowd but at a lower volume. It was loud enough to hear their cheers. The staff in the building must have known who we were. They tried to concentrate on their work as if they did not see us. Hello, sir. How may I help you today? I am Maybar Keiji. I am here to request that Satoko Hojo be put under immediate protection. Just go get the person in charge here. A representative of the Hinamizawa Town Council is here to see him. He is unable to see you at this time. I will take a message for him. Hello. I am a lawyer from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. For the purpose of its future use, I'll be recording our conversation from this point forward. You would like to be treated responsibly by the Child Consultation Center. I will try and see if he is available. Please wait for a moment. Haruyama-kun, it has been a while. Representative Sonozaki, how have you been? I am here today as a member of the Hinamizawa Town Council. May I see the head of the office, please? Of course. Take them to the reception area inside the boss's room and serve them some tea. I guess the power of a representative can really get public officials moving. I heard that there are both prefectural and municipal representatives in the Sonozaki family. We have the power of both of them today, and that means we have nothing to fear. We were inside his office, but the head of the office was not to be found. I am sure he is somewhere in this building. All of the exits are blocked. There is no way he could escape from us. He better not be thinking that he can hide from us all day. The head of the office, in fact, was peeping out through the blinds of the meeting room on the second floor. He was shaking in fear. Why are they inside the building? What are the police doing? Well, actually, both the prefectural and municipal Sonozaki representatives are here. They have a lawyer with them too. They are asking for an answer, but only management has the authority to respond. Okay, I have got it. Today is Saturday. It is nearly 3, right? I will just stay here until then. Have them leave after we close up. Meanwhile, I will talk with the municipal manager about what to do next. I thought he told you to concede. He said something about town council. I was expecting a bunch of neighborly old men. I never thought I would see representatives and lawyers in Yakuza. Who would have thought there would be 200 people out there? Well, that is... Hinamizawa. Anyway, the office is closing in 10 minutes. I'm sure they will threaten me if I meet with them, but I am not going to concede. That is my duty as a civil servant. I have been working for the government for 40 years, and I am not ashamed to boast about that. I will never compromise just because some gangster threatens me. In the next moment, the phone in the conference room rang loudly. The head of the office nearly jumped out of his skin. Scared even of the phone, he told the manager to tell whoever it was that he was not there. This is Hariyama. Thank you. I will let him know. Sir, is the municipality calling? Hello? I am in deep trouble. There are about 200 people surrounding the consultation center right now. They even have representatives on their side. What should I do? I did tell you this would happen, but it's your job as a municipal government to control trouble within town councils. Do something about this. It's your sworn duty to take care of this. That's not our job. Our job is to support the growth of the local communities of the region, and I do not care. Can you not do something about this? At this point, you have no choice but to accept the request. I think you should stop being so stubborn about policy. A government is there for its citizens. Is that not right? Can you not just peacefully accept the repeal? You are an official too, are you not? How dare you take the side of the town council? I am not going to concede. I am going to follow the regulations. A civil servant's duty is to conduct business impartially. I have never broken that rule in my entire career. I passed the administrator's exam because I always follow the rules. Well, it is your decision. We'll do our best to help. But I told you, did I not? I know I did. I know I told you not to get them upset. Fine. Then I will not ask for your help anymore. I am hanging up the phone. Sir, even if you manage to get away from them today, they will come back again on Monday. What are you going to do then? I am sure that the mayor knows about this by now. This will definitely come up at the weekly meeting. I have not done anything that would upset the mayor. No matter what he says to me, that is what I will tell him. The phone rang once again. Also, once again, the head of the office trembled in fear. The manager had to reluctantly pick up the phone. Yes? Can you transfer it here? Yes, this is the right office. One moment, please. Sir, you have a call from the City Hall. City Hall? Not the municipal offices. Who is it now? It is the mayor. Yes, that is right. They are members of the town council in Hinamizawa. Yes, I understand. Please listen to what they have to say. Now that is not true. It is important to be impartial and unbiased, but you must act according to the occasion. Yes, please do so. After you are done, please come to the mayor's office and give me your report. I expect you by 6. Thank you very much. The man spoke with a gentle demeanor, but in a tone that did not allow objection. Then the elderly man in a double suit set the receiver down. Thank you for that. Ori was sitting on the couch in the reception area. Akane was there with her too. Not a problem. It has been a while since you visited City Hall. I was surprised to see you here today. Sorry for the surprise. If I am going to ask someone a favor, I want to see them in person. Thank you, really. It is no problem at all. I am sorry that our staff were so impolite. I should have taught them better. Maintaining a good relationship between municipal governments and town councils is vital. So he says. However, the mayor could not believe that Empress Sonozaki came all the way to see him just to save one little girl. It is a huge deal when Oryu Sonozaki comes directly to his office. It is also unusual for her to do things indirectly to begin with. Rather than leading the charge herself, she was having Keiichi Maebara save Satoko. The mayor understood that she was doing this so Keiichi Maebara would get all the credit. Because of that, he was very interested in this young Keiichi Maebara. He sounds like quite the young man. I cannot believe that he has gone so far just to save his friend from an abusive relative. I know he is one of a kind. I am not worried about the future of Hinazawa as long as someone like him is around. I can die peacefully now. Please, Mother, do not joke around like that. It was worth living this long if I was able to meet someone like him. Take care of that Keiichi boy if something happens again. You have grown so fond of him. Are you still mad at me for not having any boys? It was now 3, and I heard the announcement that the center was closing. The head of the office finally showed up in the room. He seemed like a totally different person. When I first met him, he had a cold attitude and responded to questions with blunt answers. But now he was much nicer and agreed with everything we said. I guess the power we held must have intimidated him. If I was alone, I would have never gotten him to listen to me. It is thanks to everyone's support that I am able to talk to him now. I understand. I am very sorry for all the confusion. We will take action immediately. Manager, please call Hojo-san's house right now. Yes, sir. Satoko, finally. You are finally free. And it isn't going to mean a goddamn thing because she's getting her ass whooped right now. Fuck. Teppei stopped kicking her as he heard the phone ring. He could ignore the call, but if it was someone from the child consultation center, they might become suspicious of him. He had hurt Satoko enough to leave bruises. He could not let them visit, so he had no choice but to deal with them over the phone. That is enough for now. You better remember where you hid the bank book by the time I come back. All Satoko could do was curl up and cry. Hello, who is it? Good afternoon, this is the Shishibone Child Consultation Center. Again? Do you guys have nothing better to do? Why do you not stop calling me and work on your other cases? You are getting paid with the taxes I pay, you know? We are very sorry to interrupt you. One of our social workers will be visiting your home shortly. May I get permission for them to enter the premises, please? No way. We are cleaning the whole house right now. We cannot have any visitors today. Come back again some other time. The consultation center would not give up. Teppei wanted to hang up the phone, but if he did, he knew that they would show up for sure. I was told that Satoko-san did not come to school today. She is home, is she not? If she is really sick, she should be resting at home, I expect. There is something quite urgent that I need to ask her. What the hell do you need her for? I am her guardian, so I will answer you instead. Are you refusing to put Satoko on the phone? I'm not refusing. I am just saying that I will answer your questions in her place. Can you not see what I am saying? What is your name, anyway? I am asking you one more time. May I speak with Satoko-san, please? Damn it. He had thought dealing with government officials was a bit like playing whack-a-mole. If you hit them hard enough, they won't show up for a while. But today, whoever was on the phone seemed so provocative and self-assured. Teppei sensed that they would definitely come to the house if he did not put Satoko on, and if they sounded like that over the phone, if they came to the house, they might be bringing along more than just a couple of people. For all Teppei knew, they might even bring a police officer. If they did, he could not turn them away at the entrance. He knew too well just how scary police officers could be. Look, wait a minute. I will go and wake her up. Give me some time. He covered the phone with his hand and spoke to Satoko downstairs. Satoko, the Child Consultation Center wants to ask you something. Can you come to the phone, please? Even though he had just been being her, Teppei was addressing Satoko in a sweet, phony voice. It would disturb people to hear him talk like that. Satoko knew that a sweet voice was the scariest tone of voice he had. She could not refuse after hearing him talk like that, so she obeyed him and went upstairs. Teppei grabbed Satoko's shoulders with all his might and whispered in her ear, "No matter what happens, we are a happy family." right? Do not dare forget that. Alright? Yes. Remember, if you upset me, I will destroy Satoshi's room. If you behave well, I promise you that I will never enter his room again. Is that a deal? He squeezed her shoulders even tighter. Satoko contorted her face in pain. We are making up now, right? Yes. We are a happy family. Tepe gave the phone to Satoko as soon as she nodded. He stood behind her, continuing to grip her shoulders tight. It was like a raptor gripping its prey with its sharp talons. Satoko Hojo-san, this is Harayama speaking from the Child Consultation Center. How's everything going so far? Are you having any problems with Tepe-san? The volume on the phone was low enough that Tepe could not hear what they were saying. However, he squeezed Satoko's shoulders harder and urged her to say something, because her silence could be interpreted as a negative answer. Yes, everything is working out between my uncle and I. You do not have any problems with him? Sure, go ahead. Hello? Satoko? It is me, Keiichi. Are you okay? Yeah, it is safe here. Satoko, we are about to come save you. If you admit that you need help, the Child Consultation Center will put you under their protection immediately. It is not just a center either. The mayor of Shishibone City is supporting us too. Crazy, is it not? It is all thanks to the Sonosaki family. Mion's grandma is doing all this for you. Satoko always felt bitter towards the Sonosaki family because they were often the ones talking about her behind her back. She hated Oryu most of all. It did not make sense to her that Oryu would do anything to help her. I know you went through a lot of hard times after the dam conflict. I did not notice it, but you were being treated coldly for a long time. But I took care of all those people for you. No one will ever treat you badly in Hina Mizawa again. I wish I could show you all the people that have gathered around the Child Consultation Center right now. Everyone from Hina Mizawa is here to save you. They are even skipping the preparation for tomorrow's festival. Sure, I have a message from the Sonosaki family. Mion's grandma said to say hello to you. She is sorry about how she treated you. She wants you to come visit her house sometime. You hear that? She is on your side now. She went to see the mayor in person just for you. But you know the same goes for us too. We have been coming to the Child Consultation Center every day since you were taken away. Everyone has been supporting us and all for your sake. Now we have the whole village of Hinamizawa on our side. Hang on, Rika-chan wants to talk to you. Satoko is Rika. Rika, Keiichi brought it all to an end for you. The people of Hinamizawa are not going to be mean to you anymore, so no one will ignore you when we go shopping together. They will not treat you differently from me anymore. No one will treat you coldly anymore. Satoko was not sure if she should feel happy or sad that Rika noticed how badly the villagers were treating her. All she could do was let out a bitter laugh. I cannot believe that. Indeed, I cannot believe it either. Rika? Satoko was surprised. She was surprised to hear Rika's voice sound so mature over the phone. She almost sounded like a different person. When you were taken away by your uncle, I thought it was an unchangeable fate. I gave up thinking that there was nothing but a dead end ahead of us. I am sure you felt that way too, but I found out that there is no such thing as fate. There is no dead end ahead of us. Keiichi broke that wall down and smashed it into a million pieces. Satoko, do not give in to misfortune anymore. We are almost there. All you need to do is to nod your head. But I have to get stronger. That is because of how much you suffered. We're trying to overcome that. You felt guilty towards Satoshi because you hid behind his back when you were abused by your aunt. I know that you're trying to take Teppei's abuse as a form of self-punishment. I understand you are trying to get us stronger as an apology towards your brother. I can respect the courage and it shows how much you have grown up. Satoshi would be proud of you if he was here right now. He would pat your head. He would pat it so gently. Did you really believe what I just said? That is not good, Satoko. You are nowhere near as strong as Satoshi. Not at all. Rika's words were suddenly toned with malice, penetrating Satoko's heart the moment she thought she was saved. You think that taking this abuse will make you stronger, but is this really that different from last year? You are just waiting here for Satoshi to come home. You are just waiting for him to come back and save you again. You do not even know what kind of strength Satoshi held within him. Satoshi did not just cry and quake in fear like you are doing. He fought. He fought his horrible aunt. He fought in order to save you. Remember the sight of Satoshi standing up to your aunt, the one you cried in terror from, with his arms spread wide to protect you? Satoshi was just as scared as Satoko was. All she had ever seen was her brother's back. She had no idea what kind of expression he was wearing on his face. He did not want to stand in front of his furious aunt, but he had no choice if he wanted to protect his sister. Satoko never once saw how scared he was, and she never once saw how courageous he was in spite of that. Satoshi fought. He did not just take the violence that was dealt to him. He fought it and struggled against it. I was no different from you once. I stopped fighting because I gave up. I stopped struggling against it. I chose to accept fate and quietly endure my pain. I thought it was a waste of time to seek help, just like you. I was just waiting for someone to come along who would change my circumstances. But I have decided to fight. That is why I'm on the phone with you now. I am going to change this fate on my own. I am going to persuade you to nod your head. Satoko, he is right behind you. Is he not? Yes, he is here. Look at his face now. See how evil and scary he looks. Realize how brave Satoshi was to fight back against that furious face. If you want to give something back to Satoshi, do not just take his abuse without seeking help. You have to do what Satoshi did for you. Can you not recognize that? Satoko slowly looked back at her uncle, though she was afraid to do so. He was wearing an unpleasantly broad grin while gripping her shoulders so tightly. Ultimately, it was not even really about dealing with her aunt or uncle. It was about dealing with her fear. Satoshi faced his fear. He could have chosen to run from it, or to sit and take it, but he fought for his little sister instead. He fought that fear and did not falter. And what was Satoko doing? She believed that the violence she was suffering was the punishment she deserved. However, Rika was not wrong. Satoko was not trying to gain strength at all. She was only shutting herself out until someone came to save her. She was not doing anything on her own. She was only waiting for someone else to do something about it. Satoshi faced it. He faced his fear. That was his strength. Are you scared? Are your teeth chattering? Are you feeling shivers running down your spine? That's exactly how Satoshi felt when he tried to protect you. You have to understand that. Do you know what Satoshi wanted from you? Do you know what he was trying to show you? If you do not know, Satoshi will never come back to you. What is the deal? What though I felt relieved to see her better than I expected. However, the cruel bruises inflicted all over her body were all too horrible to look at. I will never forgive that man for abusing a little girl like her. My body shivered in anger. Satoko, did you see what I did, Rika? I can act when it counts. Yes, I saw your courage. You won. You broke the bonds of fate. Both Rika-chan and Satoko cried and hugged each other. I soon heard another car coming. I immediately knew who it had to be. It was Oishi-san's police cruiser. We should have acted more quickly. I am sorry we were not more help. No, do not be sorry. If not for you, Oishi-san, he would have done even more horrible things to her. Thank you so very much. I guess you can be a nice person sometimes. So how is she doing? The coach is looking after her. She was injured pretty badly. Kuma-chan, what happened to Teppei? We got him. Komiyama-san took him to the station. So he will not come back to this house ever again? It is not like he is going to get the death penalty or life sentence. I do not want to think about this, but he might come back someday. Yeah, well, we will not let him. I will make sure he can never come back to this village. Oh my, oh my. The successor of the Sonozaki family is saying such scary things already. You cannot threaten him or anything, you know. I am not going to threaten him. I am just going to advise him that he should never come back to Hinamizawa or Okinomiya. Otherwise, something terrible might happen to him. I guess advice is not too bad then. So is Satoko-chan free now? Is that really it? Is it over? I do not know. I think there will be more issues to come. Once Teppei loses his parental rights, they will need to find a new guardian
Stream
for
Elements
Satoko.
said. Stay
Someone
thirsty,
has
my
to take care
friends.
of her,
Hydrate.
but there is no need to worry. I am sure that the Sonozaki family is going to back her up. We will make sure Satoko is happy. Irie took Satoko to the clinic. He says her injuries are not as bad as they look, though. Really? That is good to hear. I wonder if she can leave the clinic by tomorrow. I wonder. I am sure those injuries will take more than a day to heal. That is not what she is talking about, me. Tomorrow is the Watanagashi festival. It has been a really hectic week, but if we can all go to the festival together, I think that will be our happy ending. Right. It will serve as proof that we got our happy world back with our own hands. I agree. I am sure Satoko wants to see Kei-chan's auction in action. I almost forgot about that. Satoko will be coming for sure. Before I knew it, lots of people from the village had joined us. They were the same people who came to the Child Consultation Center to support us. They wanted to know if Satoko was safe. Considering her injuries, safe might not be the right word. However, she is free from the curse of her uncle now. Her emotional scars will slowly heal. We will be there for her as her friends. No, it was not just us anymore. The whole village is going to be there for her. The ghost of the dam conflict will not haunt Satoko any longer. It was a very long week. In this one week we united, we fought, we overcame, and we won. It was not an easy victory. However, the price we paid was more than worth it. Tomorrow is the Watanagashi festival, the biggest festival in the village. It is a huge event where we worship the guardian of this village, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama is a god who united two enemy peoples. The curse of the Hojo family has disappeared, and Satoko is truly going to be a part of the village. We will all be playing at the festival together. This is a perfect, happy ending. When our ordinary days were taken from us, we all felt so powerless, but now we have everything back. What else can you call that but a miracle? No, you cannot actually call it that. Miracles can be created when everyone works together. What is impossible to do alone becomes possible when everyone joins forces. With everyone's power, we were able to make impossible things happen, and that is only a natural outcome of everyone doing their best together, so it is not a miracle. In other words, it was inevitable. The old legends in the village tell us that Oyashiro-sama made it possible for humans and demons to live together. I am not sure what this story really means, but I am sure that Oyashiro-sama made something impossible happen. We can be proud of what we did. I am sure Oyashiro-sama is proud too. Hey, Maybara boy, we did it. We pulled it off. It was worth showing up every day. My supporters cheered me on. They were all glad that Satoko was finally safe. The sense of accomplishment at saving Satoko finally hit for us, and we hugged each other, sharing praises for our struggle. Satoko and Mika-chan were already there waiting for me. While the injuries on her face, covered with band-aids, looked painful, Satoko seemed to be full of life. It almost looked as though her wounds were from playing too hard or something. So you stayed at the clinic last night? Yes, I told him I was fine, but the coach wanted to keep an eye on me. If that is what the doctor said, then you should listen to him. I see. You were scared to stay at the clinic alone, were you not? I heard there are lots of ghosts inside hospitals. Satoko cannot sleep without me. Why can you not sleep without her? Why? That is because Rika-chama is the only one who can give her comfort. No sooner had Shion finished that sentence than a bucket went flying into her face. Satoko started chasing Shion in circles like they were playing tag. I really miss this rambunctious fun. I thought I would never see this again. I felt the same, but we got it back. We did this. I think you did the most. It was your idea to go to the Child Consultation Center, and you were the one who asked everyone for their support. I agree. I think Kei-chan contributed the most. Most people in Hinamizawa know who Keiichi Maebara is by now. Is Keiichi-kun going to be a popular guy now? Is he? I bet he'll be incredibly popular. Popular among old ladies, that is. I really envy him. I'll be fine with that if I could divide their ages by 3. Many people were wearing yukatas. It was still June, but that felt more like it was the middle of summer. Once we finished climbing the stairs, we could see the festival and the crowd enjoying it. The Furude Shrine was packed with people, leaving the grounds looking nothing like their usual quiet self. Lanterns of various colors were hung about, and people were swarming the various festival booths, giving the whole place an unorganized yet pleasant atmosphere. What a crowd! I had no idea there were even this many people in Hinamizawa. Everyone comes to this festival. I think at least half of the population of the village is here. There is more than just them. The neighboring town councils and youth groups are invited too. I see. We only have a few students in our school. That explains why there are so many kids around today. Hearing the happy cheers of children is the best part of the festival. She is right. I am in agreement there. There are lots of booths around too. They are by far the best part of the festival. Booths selling takoyaki, yakisoba, shaved ice, apricot candy, sauce senbei, chocolate bananas. There was a yo-yo game, a goldfish game, a shooting gallery. There were countless booths here. Those booth runners all came from the city. You cannot call it a festival without festival booths. So we are going to have a battle in every one of them. I am not going to lose today. Yeah, same here. Let us do it. Yellow. Sorry I am late. Am I the last one? Everyone is here now. Once our club gets together, there is no way we can just sit back and enjoy the festival. Of course not. We are doing it again this year. This Watanagashi festival for the 6 of us will be the battle of 6 evils. Satoko, there is no reason to hold back this year. Let us enjoy the festival with all our might. You do not even need to mention it. I, too, declare that I will be the victor. Yeah, Satoko, you go, girl. Let us put everything that happened before tonight behind us. Let us play with everything we have got. It has been a good week since we all got together. Yeah. Tonight we are all enjoying this festival to its fullest. As we enjoy the festival, many people call out to Satoko. Some of them show concern for her injuries, some of them express their sympathy, and some of them offer her support. Satoko must have been very happy to hear all that. She says it is strange to see people treating her like this, but I think she is just trying to hide her true feelings. I'm sure she realizes just how much the village cares. Hello, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Hi, Rika-chan. I am here, like I promised. The festival sure has grown into a splendor. Who is this guy? You know him, Rika? Akasaka is never there when I need him. What are you talking about? Did I do something to make you upset? While you were at the hot spring with your wife, things sure got hectic around here. Rika-chan is talking with some strange older guy. I wonder if he is someone she knows. I wonder. Who is he? Who is he? Introduce him to this old man too? When Akasaka showed up, I would still believe that fate could be changed through the power of a single hero alone, but that was my mistake. Miracles are not made by one person. They can only be achieved by everyone working together, so it was wrong for me to expect him to just magically change my fate. Even if he had been here for me, I might have been disappointed in him for not being able to do anything. He did not do anything wrong, but I acted all bitter towards him anyway. I felt guilty after saying what I did. I really should not act this way anymore. I should celebrate. Hey, Maybara boy, I heard what you did. I heard about it too. I heard you fought Oryu-san with a sword until she finally gave in. Good on you. I did not do that. We just had a peaceful negotiation. Still, I am proud of you. You led everyone and actually negotiated with the center. I will give you some apricot candy. How many do you want? Wow, Keiji-kun, you are so popular today. I am sure Keiji's into old ladies too. I do not know what Rika is trying to say, and I do not even want to know. People are talking to Keiji too. The whole village knows about his leadership skills now, especially in how he persuaded Oryu. Everyone had been aware for a very long time that they were only treating Satoko harshly because of the tradition formed since the dam conflict. However, Keiji is the one who destroyed that cycle, and the people of Hinamizawa, both young and old, see him as a hero. With the whole village talking about Keiji, of course the auction he hosted ended up being a great success. Though he was shy in the beginning, he put his heart and soul into the show, and managed to entertain all the onlookers. I am sure Keiji will bring many more good things to this village. The elders especially are glad to see a heroic young man like him. Ha! Moved faster than you. Took a picture of it that time just in case. Managed to get to read the last line. Oh, that's the guy who helped us yesterday. I thank you very much for your assistance. I should have introduced him to you then. This is my uncle Saburo, who is in the prefectural assembly. This is my other uncle Ken, and he is in the city council. Sorry that we were late yesterday. We got lost on our way there. No, you were both a great help. I was really impressed to see the power of elected officials. Well, we are chosen to fight in place of the citizens. Of course we are strong. We are glad Satoko-chan is safe. Talk to us again if there is anything you need. We will be glad to help. They rubbed Satoko's head while they spoke. Thank you very much. There are a number of powerful Sonozaki people standing around the main tent. All of them are people who helped us yesterday. Everyone except Satoko bows out of respect. Until just a few days ago, those people had nothing but terrible things to say about the Hojo family. It was Keiichi, of course, who cleared all that away. I am sure they regret their rudeness, and I am also sure that they will never discriminate against Satoko again. In fact, they bowed to her instead and apologized for all they have done. They promise her that they will be glad to help her in the future if she ever needs anything. You must be proud of your son. Oh no, it's not really a big deal. Hey Keiichi, we are here too. Keiichi-kun's parents are here. Good evening. Nice to meet you. I am Keiichi's meow meow, Rika. Nice to meet you. My name is Satoko Hojo. So you are Satoko-chan. Such a poor little girl. Look at her face. You can make use of Keiichi if anything happens again. In return, what do you think about modeling for me? Your father reminds me a bit of the coach. Sorry, that's just the kind of person he is. Still, he seems very nice and fun to be around. Keiichi's parents are also here at the festival. Since they are the parents of a hero, they are getting special treatment too. From what Keiichi says, this has been a good opportunity for his parents to get to know the people from the village. His father's telling people that he will draw up a picture if the council ever needs a poster for anything. Apparently, Keiichi's father is such a wonderful artist that people have tried stealing his work before. I am looking forward to seeing it someday. This is the best Watanagashi festival I have ever had. Yes, I feel the same way. You have been around a lot longer than me. If it is your best one, then it must be mine too. Still, I think this is the most fun and exciting festival we've had since it became known as Watanagashi. The Watanagashi festival only became like this just a few years ago, did it not? It used to be just a boring traditional ceremony that the Furude family held. And before that, it used to be something different, more like the things that Takano is interested in. Sorry. I'll try not to be mean to you today. Let us go have fun, the both of us. It's a special night for both you and me. Hanyu is muttering to herself. We had once seen a world where Shion killed Satoko. Both that horrible world and this fantastic one. They are the same Hinamizawa. People in this world only know that Hinamizawa is a happy place. But Hanyu and I know the truth. We know that there is tragedy hiding behind only a thin sheet of paper. That is why we can appreciate this world in a way greater than anyone else can. Holy text wall. Holy text wall, Batman. If Keiichi had lost his mind, today would never have happened. He would have been committing a crime tonight. If it happened to Shion, she would have done the same, and Rena would have beaten her to it by a long shot. That corpse would have been long buried by now. Mion never lost her mind in any of the worlds. Maybe she does not have the guts for that. Well, I suppose that's a little mean. There were times when I went on a rampage too, but no matter what, I ended up being killed instead. How pathetic. Either way, it never worked in any world. We could never get our happiness back like that. That is why I gave up. But this time, I was the only one who did. Everyone worked together and they made a miracle happen. Boy. Again, it only happened because everyone helped each other. I am not trying to take credit for anything, but I do not think the miracle would have happened if I had continued not believing in it. If I had not gone on the phone at the end, Satoko would not have asked for help. The miracle happened because everyone tried their hardest. If even one of us gave up, the miracle would have vanished into nothingness. It was Keiichi even who told me how easy it is to change your fate. If there is a meaning to Keiichi's existence here, it might be some kind of message. Thanks to him, I know not only what it means to fight against fate, but how. I will never give up and accept my fate again. This is the opposite of what Hanyu wants me to think, but I am sure that Hanyu can make a miracle happen too if she stops giving up and starts believing. I even told her so, but she just goes, "Aw," and avoids the subject. Yeah, thanks for the giant text walls that you automatically just go through. I really hate it whenever games do that. It's like not everybody can read at the same speed, and you've got to, yeah, you gotta give us a time, dude. Anyway, new tips. A discolored notebook. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the I almost said goddamn, but that says Goodman, not goddamn. But if the goodman of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. We are reading a Bible quote right now, aren't we? I am fairly certain that we are. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh. Even God does not know when he will descend once more. He is constantly prepared for that day to come. Have faith in your God at all times. Your God does not even know when he will see the light. Do not spare any effort. Study hard every day. Have the passion for discovery. You never know when you will be rewarded, but that day will come for sure. Until then, you must let the fires of your passion burn bright. Haifumi Tea. I am pretty sure that is actually a Bible quote, but okay. Now I've got to go wash my mouth out. Anyway. And we are almost at the end. I do believe we are on the last chapter right now. I think. I do believe. And that this is the next to last. No. Well, technically the next to last. There is the bonus story chapter as well. I cannot believe we are getting so close to the end of Higurashi. We have spent how much time on this series? Probably another couple of weeks, but yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling us about that. But why? Why do you think Takano-san and I will be murdered? My. Frankly, it would be an honor for us to be the victims of the fist curse of Oyashiro-sama. As I would expect, they did not really take me telling them that they would be killed seriously. They did keep their promise to tighten my security after I showed them the ritual storehouse. However, they had not given one thought to their own safety. Oh well. Like I said, I did not expect them to believe me. If they were willing to take me seriously, I could have easily changed their fate a long time ago. I am only going to tell you this one more time. Tomitake, you are going to claw out your throat and die. Takano, you are going to burn to death on top of the same mountain. I am going to claw out my throat, like the terminal symptoms of L5. Do not worry, I took the shots. I do not have the disease. What happens to me is horrible too. I am going to burn to death on some mountain. Did you have a dream about that? I just want both of you to be careful, at least for tonight. Please listen to me, even if you do not really believe it. Did you have an ominous vision about some danger befalling us, perhaps? Do not worry. You are under the protection of the mountain dogs. You have had 8 security guards watching you today. Thank you very much. I know I am being protected, but I want you guys to be careful too. Thank you for your concern. We will be fine. I have even been working out. I think I can protect myself. Tomitake flexed his biceps and smiled. He was probably trying to make me feel better, but all he really did was make me feel sadder. This is the sad part about being me. I know the future, but I cannot tell them. It is as if that was the rule of the world. People tend to not believe what I tell them. But you are going to die. If Tomitake and Takano die, I will be killed next. If the two of you are dead, who will protect me? It sounds like you had a horrible dream. Do not worry. Even if we die, the mountain dogs will still protect you. Are you really sure they would? They have never protected me before. That is not true. They saved you when you got in a fight, remember? They are watching you at all times. Of course, they are not on alert at all times, but just as you requested the other day, the security around you is still extremely strong. You even have a better security team than Dr. Irie. They will keep on protecting me even after you die. Of course, you are the most important person to us. So you are sure that we're getting killed tonight? That is too bad. If you have no intention to survive, then I only have to worry about myself. My words must have left a mark on his heart. He looked much more serious after I said that to him. Good grief. Okay then, I will be extra careful tonight. I will take a security guard with me when I am going back to Okinomiya. I think someone might attack the two of you if you are alone together. Make sure not to be alone with each other tonight. My, are you jealous? You are such a precocious girl. Like I thought, I cannot change her fate. When we saved Satoko, everyone shared the same sense of urgency. That is why we all got together and saved her before it was too late. However, these two have no sense of urgency at all. How can I make them understand? I sighed and gave up. Tomitake, Takano, goodbye. Thank you for everything. Hey, wait, Rika-chan. I had nothing else to say to them now. Instead, it might be worth talking to someone else. If I could get someone else to protect them, I might be able to change something. I cannot give up yet. Fate is as thin as a piece of paper. It is just like the lid on a jar of jam. It is not going to open unless you believe it will. I have to believe that I can change my fate. If I do not, it is not going to change. Tomitake-san and Takano-san, are you sure about this? I have told Irie about this so many times in the past. Irie tends to listen to me more seriously than Tomitake and Takano do. However, that does not mean that he can actually do something about it. I am the Shrine Maiden of Oyashiro-sama, and I have a bad feeling about this. Is that not a good enough reason? I understand. It might be a message from Oyashiro-sama. If that really happens tonight, it would be the 5th time in a row. I will tell the two of them to be cautious too. All Irie would end up doing would be warning the two of them, which was exactly the same thing as what I did. In other words, it would not matter in the least. Irie is just a researcher and he has no ability to deal with unexpected trouble. That is why Takano works for him after all. Please talk to them. Please. Who else would treat me seriously? Who would be able to prevent the Tomitake and Takano's death? That is right. There is one man who has been fighting the curse of Oyashiro-sama with all his might. It is Furude-san. I have been looking for you. Akasaka-san wants to say goodbye. I guess he and I are not meant to be. You are still upset about last week. Akasaka-san really regrets that he was not able to help you. He says he would love to come back to Hinamizawa again when he next has vacation. But his wife took it personally. She is pretty, his wife, but she could be scary too. Oishi, I have something important to tell you, but no one else believes me. What is the matter? I have spoken to him several times in the past too. He usually takes me pretty seriously. However, after they die, he starts suspecting me. That is why I stopped talking to him. Where did you hear that? Where? At the festival. I told him that I had heard someone talking about murdering them in the crowd. That way he might not be suspicious of me after the murder really happens. Tomitake is not from around here, and with Takano-san that makes two people. One is going to die and one is going to disappear. This could be the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. I cannot take this as anything more than a rumor, you understand. But just in case, we will keep our eye on the two of them tonight. I think they were saying that they were going to attack them somewhere between Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. Tomitake's body will be found on the road leading out of the village. From what I remember, he has discovered where the concrete road turns to gravel. I see. I will have a cruiser patrol around there. We can spare that, at least. He agreed to get involved, and he was not suspicious of me either. I am sure it seems odd to people that Oishi actually believed this phony-sounding story of mine. The thing about Oishi is that he strongly believes that there is no smoke when there is no fire. I have learned from experience that he tends to believe my information. However, that personality of his has caused me so much trouble in previous worlds. Of course, there is no question why he is so eager to believe me either. This is his last chance to expose the curse of Oyashiro-sama before his retirement. Even if it might be fake, he still wanted to believe it. That was convenient for me since I could not show proof. Hey, Kuma-chan, you read? Can you hear me? Have a cruiser patrol the road back to Okinomiya. No, it is just a precaution. I heard rumor that something bad might happen around there tonight. Yeah, 2 officers would be fine. Thank you. Thank you. No one else believed me, and I did not know what to do. It is my job to believe these things. We will just be glad if nothing happens. Be happy to swing and miss. Well, that is what my late colleague used to say. Besides, it is even worse if you ignore what you were told and do not take precautions, you know? I see. That is his way of thinking about things. That was why he believed me without question. I hope he will not reconsider me a suspect after they find their bodies tomorrow. I should not worry about that now. I can still do more. Who else should I talk to? Should I talk to my friends? I cannot give up. I should at least try. No way. You heard someone talking about that? On the day of the festival? That is so wrong. You mean the curse, right? We were talking about the curse of Oyashiro-sama that might happen tonight. Yes, it has happened 4 years in a row. Lots of people think that it is going to happen again tonight, too. What they believe is their business, but it's not nice for them to talk about Tomitake-san and Takano-san like that. I think you should talk to them about it just in case. I already did, but they did not believe me. I bet they did not. But it's too late if something really does happen. I think you should talk to Oishi-san. I already did. I am kinda impressed you have done all that, Rika-chama. I agree that they should take every precaution, especially tonight. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, commonly known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. I really do not want them to keep happening every year. Somebody might end up imitating it, and it is bad publicity for the village too. So if nothing happens tonight, it means the curse is over, right? We should definitely make sure that nothing happens then. What can we do? Are you suggesting that we should patrol around the village or something? I think patrolling might be even more careless. Do you really think we can do something about this? For starters, there's a chance some deviant trying to imitate the serial murders might be within the Watanagashi Preparation Committee, so let us be wary of any unfamiliar faces. It is easy for us to tell strangers apart from the locals. We can spot them right away. I think we will be fine. But Tomitake and Takano will still be killed. Rika-chan. Alright, let's try to do what we can. I agree. We cannot protect them all night, but let's stay with them at least until the festival is over. As long as we are there, the bad guys will not be able to do anything to them. I could not tell if they really believed me or not, but they listened to me, at least. We decided to keep our eyes on Tomitake and Takano and protect them for the rest of the night. I guess I have done everything I can now, though it's hard to believe this is enough to prevent their deaths. I just have to hope nothing has happened when I wake up tomorrow morning. Do you think you can prevent Tomitake and Takano's deaths, Rika? It might be impossible. Their deaths might be the bell that portends my doom. But Takano told me earlier that even if they die, the mountain dogs are supposed to keep protecting me. They might bring in more squads from Tokyo too. Even if they die, the situation will be different this time. What if it still does not work out? Then I will just have to die. Anyway, I am not going to give up until the very end. I will struggle to my very limits. I will not give up and spend the rest of my time drinking wine. Do whatever you want to do, Rika. You still believe that nothing is going to change, Hanyu? I do not believe anything. It is only fate. I keep getting hurt because I have hope. If I am an actress trying to get up on the stage, Hanyu is a real bystander. We have very different opinions when it comes to this. Rika, no matter what happens, do not give up. That sounds like you are convinced that nothing is going to change. Lately, the things you say have been pissing me off. I understand. Hanyu keeps telling me not to get my hopes up because she cares about me. Because I hope to defeat fate. I get hurt when that hope is betrayed. And the more I get hurt, the closer I get to losing my mind and disappearing. For Hanyu, that means losing her only friend. Losing me is probably the most unbearable thought for Hanyu, since she has to live alone, unable to communicate with anyone else. I now believe that fate can be changed. Even when I did not have that faith, I still believed that eventually I'd find a way to get out of this maze. Perhaps Hanyu knows something I do not. I might just be a goldfish inside of a fishbowl. There might be no way for me to escape my fate. We are stuck alone inside of a fishbowl. Yet every day I knock on the glass, believing that I can break it someday. Hanyu keeps telling me that I am wasting my time. If I get hurt and die, she would have to survive all by herself inside the fishbowl. With that, I think I finally understand our difference of opinions. Hanyu has lived for a much longer time than I have. Because of that, she understands the laws of this infinitely spanning world better than I do. No matter how much I refute Hanyu, I can never refute the truth. Even so, I still have to believe in my own faith. I believe in the spear that will pierce the wall of fate. My faith will make that spear sharper than ever. We found Tomitake in the crowd and struck up a conversation with him to keep him around as long as we could. However, as soon as the festival ended, they tried to leave. If they left now, I would never see them again. Mion tried insisting they stay at her house for the night, but Tomitake refused. Everyone tried various ways to stop them from being alone because the murderer might be around. However, we eventually started to believe that they wanted to be alone for adult reasons, and I wound up suggesting that we should not interrupt the two lovebirds. Do not worry, Rika-chan. Tomitake-san is a man after all. I am sure he will do anything to protect Takano-san. Is that so? If something happens, you will rescue me, right? That's the plan. Well, we really should go now. It's getting pretty late. Thank you for your concern. Do not make any assumptions. I am heading to the clinic because I left something there. Takano-san has the key, so we have to go together. Oh, I did not know that you were into playing doctor. I think he's more into playing gynecologist. Oh my. Ara, ara. I wonder how they play doctor. I wonder. Do not hit them just because you feel embarrassed. And as for you two, stop only getting along when you are making dirty jokes. Goodbye, everyone. I really am just going back there to get what I forgot. Do not follow us, okay? Tomitake, please be careful. I do think you are overreacting, Rika. Everyone laughed when Satoko yawned. It seemed like a good time to call it a day. It does not feel like I was able to change their fate. I just hope that they pay attention and that they are prepared for whatever faces them. I still might have a chance. All I can do now is pray. Goodbye, Tomitake-san. Please show us the pictures you took next time. Make sure you wear your punishment shirt. Man, I am so jealous you got to spend a night with a pretty lady. See you guys again. I guess it'll be in fall. That is if we don't get killed tonight. Good night, everyone. Good night. That was the best I could do on the night of Watanagashi. Please tell me what happened this night. This is like a box with a cat inside. Please tell me what happened this night. I don't even know if the cat is alive or dead inside the box. Please tell me what happened this night. The cat in the box is dead. Tomitake gathered up his paperwork and slipped inside his bag. They sure were persistent. I wonder if they really was dead. How rude of them. It was only a dream. Please make sure that Dr. Irie examines Rika-chan. Her nightmares might be a symptom of something. If anything happens to her, it would be a disaster. Takano touched Tomitake's hand gently. As he turned bright red, Takano moved in closer and spoke. The way she acts is just too sexy, Tomitake thought. Hey, Jiro, I have something very important to tell you. Will you listen to me? What is it? You have something to tell me, too? I hope you did not see me claw out my throat in a dream. What would you say if I did? Takano stared at him with a mischievous look as if seducing him, and started whispering into his ear. I am really surprised. That girl might have a godlike power after all. What does that mean? Takano smiled gently and pulled back her hair. Even seeing her do that made Tomitake's heart race. I really like you. That's good to know. Takano's fingers curled around Tomitake's chin, stroking, tickling, and caressing it. Her movements were very captivating and seductive. I have dated a lot of guys, but none of them interest me as much as you. I have learned that someone with a personality like yours makes the ideal partner for me. You are willing to accept everything I stand for. I believe that you understand me completely. That is why I can give you everything I have. I want you to accept everything about me. Do you understand? Well, Takano-san, what is the matter? Her voice did not really sound that affectionate. Tomitake knew from experience that he could not grasp what was on her mind when she wore a cold smile like that. Finally, it is almost here. It seemed as though she could not wait for something to happen. There was a chilling allure to her strange smile. That made one question if something exciting was really about to happen. What is almost here? Tomitake asked, trying to hard to resist the temptation. The day my dream comes true. Your dream? Yes, my dream. Did I not tell you before? Or do you forget about everything we talked about in bed? No, I remember. Your dream. Tomitake's response was vague. Either he did not remember, or he had not understood it very well. Finally, the curse of Oyashiro-sama is going to come true. That is what I've been dreaming about ever since I was a child. Jiro-san, listen, I cannot be with you anymore. What? What do you mean? You see, I belong in a different world. Hinamizawa is where humans and demons once coexisted. That is why we met each other here. But all that is going to come to an end soon. The eclipse of the sun brought humans and demons together. Do you understand what I am saying? Takano-san, did you drink a bit too much at the festival? You are drunk, right? Tonight is a night of farewells. Thank you for teaching me about the sunlit realm. Your warmth was like the glow of the midday sun. We really did have a wonderful relationship. I am so sad that we have to say goodbye. She pulled herself away from Tomitake and slowly stepped back, as if signaling the time had come for them to part. I do not know what you are trying to say. What is all this about, Takano-san? I want you to make a decision. I want you to decide to stay with me and abandon the sunlit realm. If what you told me was all true, then I know you have no doubts. By that time, Tomitake understood that Takano was asking him to make an important decision. Could it be you are... That is right, Jiro-san. Tomitake got up from his seat and looked Takano straight in the eyes. There was a faint glimmer of hostility within those eyes. Is your work more important than me? I thought so. I cannot believe this. I trusted you. Those words were ones of rejection. Takano's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Oh, Yashiro-sama united the humans and the demons, but I guess he cannot unite you and me. Takano slowly opened the door. 6 men in overalls were standing there at the ready. Tomitake was frozen in shock. The 6 men walked up to Tomitake with no expressions on their faces. It was immediately obvious that they were going to do something to harm him. What is this all about? Hinamizawa syndrome is like a bomb with a lead fuse. Your plan to dismantle that bomb before it explodes. However, there are some people in Tokyo who want to see it go off. No. What good will that do for anyone? Nobody ever does anything that is not beneficial to them. Therefore, if they want that bomb to explode, it must be doing good for someone. Your question just now is a pretty meaningless one. I cannot believe this. There are people who want that to happen. Hinamizawa syndrome is a very dangerous disease. You know that as well as I do. I do. It would be a disaster if it had an outbreak. Tokyo would not be able to cover it up either. Did that faction bribe you? It was actually my mission from the very start. I am so sorry. We belong to different worlds from the moment we first met. What are you going to do to me? It would be a great help if you came over to our side. Of course, that would mean that you would have to go betray your own people. You are expecting me to turn on them? Jiro-san, if your feelings for me are real, will you support me? You will be compensated, of course. If you wish, I will dedicate my whole life to you. I will do whatever you want me to, whenever and wherever you want. My body will belong to you. You can dominate me to satisfy your needs whenever you like. I am willing to be all yours. Do you not want to dye this body of mine innocent? Her words were a kind of assault, directly hammering at the emotions Min had difficulty resisting. They were like an evil spell to control his heart. Upon hearing them, Tomitake felt an unknown sensation rush up his spine as his feet froze in place, entranced. However, he forced himself to resist the temptation. He sealed the cracks in his wall of reason to stop Takano from forcefully entering his heart. I refuse. She had known from the start that Tomitake was going to refuse her. Even so, Takano let out a triumphant laugh. It is funny. She thought Tomitake would refuse right away. However, it took him a while to refuse because of how effective she was at seducing him. The time it took for him to refuse her was one of victory for Takano. For Tomitake, it was a time of humiliation. Takano continued to laugh. She sounded rather like an evil witch. I thought you would say that. That's why I love you so much. Takano raised up her right hand and gave a signal to the mountain dogs. Okonogi-kun, you are betraying me too? I am sorry, Lieutenant Tomitake. Are you surprised? The mountain dogs work for me. It was us who controlled this clinic all along. You and Dr. Ire are the only people who did not know. Shit. Tomitake moved into action, sensing the danger that was about to befall him. His fist thrust out as quickly as lightning, knocking one man down before he could even blink. However, the other mountain dogs certainly were not going to just stay there and watch. They all attacked him as one. He tried to strike back with an elbow, but he simply could not overcome the difference in numbers. Tomitake tried his best, but soon enough the mountain dogs had wrestled him to the ground. Damn it! Let go! Let me go! Stop struggling already! They pinned him down so that he could not move an inch. Impressive, Jiro-san. You fought pretty well considering you were up against 6 people. Takano walked over and smiled while looking down at Tomitake. Hey, Jiro-san, I know you're going to refuse, but let me ask you one more time. Will you change your mind and join my side? Never. I will never join with you. That's what I wanted to hear, so I could sever all my attachments. Takano was holding a small case in her hands. She opened it and showed Tomitake what was inside. What is in that syringe? Oh, come now. I am sure you know what is in it. No, we destroyed all of them. Jiro-san, let me guess what you are thinking. Even if this is what you think it is, you should still have immunity because you took the vaccine. Is that not what you were thinking? That's why you are not scared, right? Well, let me tell you something nice. That vaccine you took before you came here was fake. You may not have noticed it, but you're already an L3 patient of the Hinamizawa syndrome. Jiro-san, you have a tendency to look away when you get an injection. That is not very smart. You should always make sure of what you are getting. Shit! Let me go! Tomitake struggled to get away, but he simply could not move. Upon seeing his sorry state, Takano laughed with glee. I am sure you know very well about H173. You will become infected instantly, and will virtually become an L5 patient. You saw how the experiment turned out, no? The subject was displaying extreme irritation in the neck and armpit areas. Based on our past studies, patients with L5 suffer from extraordinary irritation in their lymph nodes. It might be an antigen-antibody reaction. In other words, Jiro-san, if you are lucky, you might be able to die just as Rika-chan predicted. Are you going to kill yourself or become disabled for life? Which would you prefer? Which one, Jiro-san? Stop! It is going to be too difficult to give him the injection like this. Put him to sleep, please. One of the men covered Tomitake's mouth with a towel soaked in some kind of chemical. He tried to fight it off with all his might, but his strength eventually left him, and he became as quiet as a beached whale. Takano stroked his face to make sure that he could not resist. Then she brought the needle toward his throat. She pushed it right into his skin. As she squeezed down on the syringe's plunger, the skin surrounding the tip of the needle swelled up, and eventually the contents were absorbed into his body. Goodbye, Jiro-san.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
When you wake up, you will be in the middle of a wonderful nightmare. The mountain dogs finally got off of him. He could not even twitch. Someone put him in my trunk. Two of the men lifted up Tomitake and carried him outside. Hold on. I am sure he would be happy if I left him his bicycle. That way he can enjoy cycling in hell, too. The mountain dogs all quietly laughed at the joke. We are now going to commence Operation Doomsday. They stopped laughing as she began to speak. Okonogi, you wait for the contact from headquarters. Keep your eyes on Dr. Irie. Also keep tabs on Rika Furude too. I do not know what kind of power she has, but she predicted how Tomitake was going to die. I am very curious about her, but too bad. Roger, I will take care of things here. Please be careful on your way. There's not much to be careful of. By the way, where is Dr. Irie? I am sure he is attending the festival's after party. He is still at the shrine. I wish I could see the look of panic on that nerd's face. The mountain dog started laughing again too. Okay, but Takano-san, you're forgetting if she could predict his death, then that means you're going to die too. So if she's the one behind all this, who kills her? Takano checked the time on her watch. It was nearly 10. Most people must have left the festival for home. Those people still there were probably enjoying the after party while getting drunk inside the shrine. It was a good time for her to leave without being seen by anyone. I am leaving now. I'm going... Oh, so she's going to kill herself? What? After saying that, she left the clinic alone. She left through the back door. She left amid the moonlight, the singing of insects, and the sound of a river. It was a typical night in Hinamizawa. While enjoying all these sensations, Takano got inside her car. Tomitake was sleeping inside the trunk. His bicycle, on the other hand, was loaded into her back seat. How ironic. Your bicycle has a better seat than you. I will let you out of there soon. I should leave him by the road that leads to Okinomiya. That will be a good spot. Takano found a good place to drop him off, but she gave up on it as there was a police cruiser parked in the area. She figured that they were probably patrolling to make sure the fifth year's curse did not happen. Good job, officers. No one would ever suspect that there is a curse packed in my trunk right now. Takano drove onto less lit streets with rougher roads. Eventually the mountain road ended and she was surrounded by darkness. There were rice paddies nearby. She could tell by the field sound of the croaking frogs. Takano parked her car by the pitch-black roadside. She had to stop here, otherwise she would be too close to a residential area. Indeed, she was nearly in Okinomiya. She would have dumped him earlier, but the police cruiser had foiled that plan. Takano pulled Tomitake out of the trunk and left him by the road. She also left him his bicycle. Tomitake let out a small groan. It probably would not be long until he woke up. Goodbye, Jiro-san. Your awkward sweet talk was very entertaining. I wish I could hear it again. You will be waking up soon. By that time, you will be in the final stage of L5. After a futile struggle, you will meet with a miserable demise. I wonder if you really are going to claw out your throat and die. I wish I could be here to see it. Your mysterious death and my disappearance will complete the fifth year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. The story of the curse of Oyashiro-sama will be firmly established. You should feel honored, Jiro-san. You are going to be a part of history. You might be losing your life here, but in a way you are going to live for eternity. That was her last farewell to Tomitake. Takano got back inside her car and started driving. She could see the place she left Tomitake in her rearview mirror, but it was already shrouded in darkness. Takano drove through the main street of Okinomiya and made a few turns, heading for the dark mountains in the distance. It had been a while since she left Hinamizawa. It was almost midnight. She might have already made it to the neighboring prefecture. It was difficult to tell because she could not really see anything in the darkness. Takano stopped her car in the middle of all that. After turning off both the engine and the headlights, there really was nothing but darkness surrounding her. It was as if time itself had stopped. Takano was not sure how long she waited, but eventually she saw the headlights of a car blinking twice. She blinked her own headlights back at it. Soon she saw several people walking toward her. Two men wearing blue overalls knocked on the window of Takano's car. Obligingly, she opened it. They looked over her face and the paperwork they had in their hands. Hello, I am Takano. After confirming her identification, they called someone over the radio. Hello, we have got the lady. Anyone following? No one is after you. You are clear for 400 meters. Nobody is following us. Your work is much appreciated. Please come with us to the command vehicle. I will take your paperwork. The paperwork is inside the trunk. Here is the key. I do need some coffee. Could you get me some? The command vehicle was a trailer with a bunch of high-tech communication equipment inside. The light of the electric equipment shone beautifully in the dark. Here is your coffee, Major. Another man in blue overalls offered her a paper cup. Thank you. What is going on with my corpse? They have finished setting it up in Gifu Prefecture. Gifu? Did I burn to death in the mountains of Gifu? I am not sure about the cause of death. I will confirm it with someone. So it's a fake. It's a fake, okay. Operation Doomsday. That was the name of their mission. The goal of the operation's first stage was Takano's escape from Hinamizawa and the extraction of 18 specific classified documents. That goal had been completed. Assassinating the liaison in Tokyo, Tomitake, was also one of the goals. That one had also been completed in the way Takano had planned. He was not killed that way just because Takano had wanted to see it. It was intentionally planned that way, so that the office in Tokyo would be suspicious of the Irie Institute. They were trying to create the story that the Institute was upset with the recent budget cuts and the cancellation of their study. Tomitake's mysterious death would be a suitable way to persuade people. Tomitake was not the one who was expected to die. Takano was expected to do so as well. However, Takano did not really need to die herself. They had acquired a substitute body for her, so she did not have to actually die. Takano had no idea how they got the body. According to what she heard, a team in Gifu took care of everything. Once Tomitake and Takano were dead, Tokyo would definitely grow suspicious of the Irie Institute. The main purpose of this mission was to make the Institute look reckless. I am sorry, Major. There has been a problem in Gifu. A problem? What sort of problem? They made a mistake with the corpse. The body has already been dead for 24 hours. I see. And what is that supposed to mean? It means that you were already dead yesterday. Takano's body was supposed to be selected from the corpses of people who had died the same day. The plan was to then burn the body and make identification of the corpse more difficult. They had found a suitable body for the plan. However, they had just found out that it had been dead for over a day. That would create a hole in their plans. They are going to collect another body to use instead. No, that is fine. We can still use that body as me. But that would mean the messenger of Oyashiro-sama was long dead, but came to the festival regardless. That is a good one. That is a very, very good one. Takano laughed with satisfaction for a while. The other people in the vehicle couldn't understand why Takano was laughing so much. Takano continued to laugh as if it was the funniest thing she had ever heard. Go ahead, call the team at Gifu and tell them to stop looking for another body. I think this will make for an interesting twist. Are you sure? Should you not be more cautious? Do not worry. Everyone saw Mio Takano walking around at the Watsunagashi festival. Even if the forensic lab does find out that the body has been dead for more than a day, they will just think that the test results were wrong. Takano almost seemed to be enjoying the risk. Roger. I will notify them. By the way, was my body burned inside of an oil drum? Yes, it seems someone already discovered it on the mountain near the freeway. Takano seemed surprised to hear that from him. Then she started laughing strangely again. Nobody could figure out why she was laughing like that. I see. The reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama really is gifted. I have to admit, she has a supernatural power that defies explanation. Tell the mountain dogs in Hinamizawa to tighten up security on R. Roger. Major. The Okinomiya Police Department has discovered the body of Tomitake. They have. The show is about to begin. Oishi-san, Dr. Irie has arrived. Oh, thank you for coming. So, what do you think, Dr. Irie? Oishi entered the area enclosed by a blue tarp, and there people from forensics were taking pictures of the dead body from various angles. Irie was lying down next to the dead body of Jiro Tomitake. When he stood up, he was white as a sheet. I cannot believe it. Yep, I cannot believe it either. As far as I see, he clawed out his throat with his bare hands. This is not a normal way to die. Most likely some kind of dangerous drug must have caused it. Are you saying that he was a drug addict? I do not know. Was he? It is going to be my job to find that out. Oishi-san, what is this 2x4 doing here? I think he was swinging it around, and then he threw it away. and he had more fun clawing out his throat, I guess. Why was he swinging the 2x4 around? He probably did it in self-defense. Did you notice there are several external injuries on his body? Yes, I can see some bruises. The easiest explanation I can think of is this. He was attacked by someone on his way home to Okinomiya after the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy, and died. I have never heard of any drug that can make people claw out their throats. I am not an expert on it either, but they say self-harm is one of the terminal symptoms for drug addicts, right? Well, I am sure this old man in forensics will take care of the investigation. Excuse me, Oishi-san. We found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tomitake a mile away from here. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Did you find anything on it? Not yet. They are investigating it right now. So that means the place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place he was attacked, and he ran away from the culprit and came here. Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Irie was looking at the miserable corpse of Tomitake, and he kept saying the same thing. It is impossible. It is just impossible. Irie knew right away that Tomitake's death was caused by the terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome. He had not swung the 2x4 at a real person, but probably saw some kind of hallucination due to the L5 symptoms. Violent reactions to hallucinations is one of the clearest characteristics of the terminal stage. However, Tomitake supposedly took a vaccine before he came to the village. There was no way he could reach L5 symptoms in such a short period of time. Irie did not want to believe it, but it was obvious that someone intentionally injected him with the pathogen. The pathogen must have been strong enough to give him L5 symptoms immediately. The only drug that can do that is H173, a chemical weapon that induces an acute onset of symptoms. It makes people hallucinate, which inevitably leads to horrible death. It is about the worst kind of demon. However, they had destroyed all of it due to its dangerous nature. All that was left were helpful chemicals, such as vaccines and treatment drugs. Tomitake was their liaison from Tokyo. Whoever killed him must have had full knowledge about him and this drug. How would that person know he was their liaison? It was then that Irie thought of Takano. Takano was also a watchdog from Tokyo. She is something like a superintendent. It was quite possible that something bad had happened to her too. What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san? What? Oh, are you talking about your nurse? I think she was with him. Is she okay? Do you know her phone number? Of course. Kuma-chan, get her phone number from Dr. Irie and have someone at the station call her home. Understood. Doctor, can I have the number? Yes, here it is. Kumagai got the phone number, repeated it to make sure he got it right, and dashed out of the blue tent. Doctor, Takano-san and Tomitake-san were close friends, were they not? Yes. Have you heard about any troubles between them? No, not even once. They were very close friends. Tomitake and Takano were not just in a close relationship. They were co-workers sent from Tokyo. They had access to information that even Irie did not. There is no way there was trouble between them. Well, I hope she is alright. In the worst case scenario, she could be dead, or she could even be the perp. I see. Nurses do have access to dangerous drugs, do they not? We do not have any drugs like that at my clinic. Even if we did, we would store them with extra care. There is no way Takano-san could smoke out a drug from my clinic. But it is easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right? Like I said, I have never heard of a drug like that, and I do not have anything like that in my clinic. Irie made clumsy excuses while he tried to piece together what was going on. However, Irie had no means of knowing the state of affairs in Tokyo, and he could not reach any further conclusions. So it was easier to laugh at him as though he is a frog trapped in a well. Oishi-san, she is not home. The standby unit says that you're going to go to her house to check. Doctor, can you give me her address? Kuma-chan, can you also check if the police headquarters has found any unidentified female bodies tonight? Maybe we should check with the other prefectures too. Get the section manager to call the nearby prefectural headquarters and ask if they have any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir. The Okinomiya Police Department is contacting the Gifu Prefectural Police Department. Are you sure about this, Major? Sure. I do not mind. Just leave it there. Doomsday has almost arrived anyway. Everything will be destroyed before they even find out that the time of death does not match. So the entire time it was this mysterious organization in Tokyo and the nurse Takane faking her own death. And that is why Rika keeps dying, because she keeps even if she gets the most secure protection from the watchdogs, it's the watchdogs that are killing her, so that's sort of like asking the wolf to guard the sheep. The day after Watanagashi, Oishi showed up at her school. It is not uncommon for Oishi to show up here today. Interestingly, he always asks to see the most key person in that world. He asked for Keiichi in the world where he gets sick. He asked for Rina in the world where she gets sick. In this world, he asked for me. Did Tomitake really die? Yeah, the way he went was pretty strange too. Like he was on drugs and hallucinating. He clawed out his own throat until he died. I could not prevent it. There is nothing I can do now. I knew this was going to happen. I am sure Takano is dead too. And Takano? I have bad news about her too. She was found burned to death in the mountains over in Gifu Prefecture. Based on the condition of the body, she was choked to death before her body was burned. It is a tragic story no matter how you look at it. I know what you're thinking. You think I know something about what happened to them. Heavens, no. I only have one question. Who would talk about such a disturbing plan at the festival where anyone could hear? You think I am involved in this murder? Well, I wanted to suspect you, but I do not. If you were responsible in some way, you would not have given me the hints you did. At the very least, I am sure you are not involved with the people who killed them. I am glad you are not suspicious of me. Why, she threw a 10-yen coin into the offering box and shook the bell in prayer. Please let us solve the mystery of Hinamizawa this year. Are you trying to get me involved in your investigation? I was just talking to Oyashiro-sama. Oishi is well aware that people call me the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. That must have been his attempt at a joke. I would like to see the curse disappear forever too. Oh, that means we both want the same thing. I made a prediction about where you might find Tomitake's body. Did you not have a police cruiser nearby? Yeah, I listened to your prediction and had a cruiser patrol the area. The place where the concrete and gravel roads meet is on the very border of the village. It gets very dark there at night, and it always seems like if something bad were to happen, it could happen there. So where did you find Tomitake's body? We found him dead by the rice fields near Okinomiya. That is not where his body is usually found. If he was fated to hallucinate and die, he would die in exactly the same spot, whether the cruiser was there or not. Just because the cruiser was placed there, Tomitake's body was found in a totally different spot. In other words, the existence of the police cruiser disrupted that fate. Anyway, there is something else I found very interesting. I told the officers in the police cruiser to check every vehicle that passed by. As it turns out, one of the cars that headed toward Okinomiya after the festival was over was Takano's. Oh shit, is Rika going to figure out it's Takano that's fucking her over? Because that would be the key to solving everything right now, is that she hasn't been able to figure out who has been doing it, right? So if she figures out it's Takano, this might be the last time. We might still have to do this world over again, because she might still die and everything might still go to shit. But that might be what chapter 8 is about. Is wrapping that up. Takano lives in Okinomiya. It would not be strange for her to head back home after the festival. However, she was the only one inside the car. Tomitake was not with her. He was. He was just in the trunk. Tomitake always comes to Hinamizawa on his bike. Then she could have loaded his bike in the trunk and given him a ride, but he was not with her. However, his body was found among the rice fields near Okinomiya, past where the police cruiser was patrolling in Hinamizawa. What are you saying? There is no way he could have biked through the dark woods to avoid the police cruiser. He somehow took the road without being noticed by us. Furude-san, can you tell me what you know about the relationship between Tomitake and Takano? They are dating. That is all I know. I find it hard to believe that Takano would drive back home alone in the dark without her boyfriend. What if she had Tomitake in her trunk and she was planning to dump his body in the woods? But because the cruiser was in that area, she had no choice but to pass by and dump him on the side of the road. Both Tomitake and Takano were sent here from Tokyo. I have no idea what their real identities are. I cannot say that Takano had no reason to kill Tomitake. However, I have never considered that possibility before in my life. Takano killing Tomitake? But why? I cannot think of any reason. Nothing comes to mind. It is hard to imagine Takano was cornered to the point she had to kill him. In fact, it was even more plausible to think she was enraged when the lovesick Tomitake acted cold towards her and she strangled his neck. I never really thought they suited each other. I do not mean to insult Tomitake-kun, but I thought Takano-san was way too smart for him. Have you heard of any rumors that she was trying to use him for anything? None, but I can ask around. I will let you know if I find out something. Thank you very much. I'm just glad that the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama is on my side. But even the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama could not solve this mystery for over 100 years. But you said Takano was killed too. How can she be the culprit? Well, it is because you leaked me the information. I mean the prophecy. Without that, I am sure I would have just believed that both Takano and Tomitake were the victims of the 5th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. I feel like it is different this time. Maybe as though this is someone trying to make the curse of Oyashiro-sama happen. So you really think that Takano-san is the culprit? Basically, this is what Oishi is trying to say. They are not both victims. The culprit is also pretending to be a victim. This is really hard for me to believe. I cannot think of any reason why Takano would do something like this. Oishi only feels the way he does because he does not know her as well as I do. For another thing, how can you explain that Takano's body was found? Did the police not say in grief? Did not the police in Gifu Prefecture identify the body? For a charred corpse, the easiest way to identify them is by their dental records. Although, according to the old man in the forensics, they are still not 100% sure. And besides, there is a contradiction with the estimated time of death. It just does not make sense. What do you mean? Well, the test results show that she was dead on the night before the festival. Apparently, they inspected the contents of her stomach and such, but at the time of testing, they already had information about Takano. They knew that she was at the festival that night and realized that the test results did not match up. So they just dumped the results and decided to take the dental records alone. These things do happen every once in a while. However, if Takano really is the culprit, this body might belong to someone else. Is it possible to do something like that? When the body is burnt, dental records are the only way to identify it. This might sound too much like a mystery novel, but what if, for example, someone faked Mio Takano's dental records? If they were skillfully forged, we could have the wrong ID. Anyway, the Gifu Police Department has made up their mind that the body belongs to Takano. Within police departments, we sometimes have issues with false test results. That's how most false charges are made. It feels to me like this is one of those times. So you think Takano is alive? Since last night, both Mio Takano and her car have gone missing. If that body found in Gifu is not Takano, this is going to be very interesting indeed. Irie had already heard about the deaths of Tomitake and Takano. It seemed like both the clinic and the office in Tokyo had flown into a panic over it. It is funny how they make such a big fuss about their own people when they do not care about what happens to other people's lives if it would get in the way of their research. Takano's subordinate, Okonoki, was in the room. Okonoki is the leader of the mountain dogs. I came here to make sure he is still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies. Okonoki, Takano is dead, but I am still safe. No, the fuck you are. Do not worry, Rika-san, worry. We will still keep up the tight security around you. You do not have to call the police. I guess this is part of that tight security. They must have been listening to my conversation with Oishi. Oishi told me something. Is it true that Takano is not really dead? That cannot be true. The Gifu Police Department made an official announcement that Oishi is retiring this year, is he not? Sometimes he makes up stories because he is desperate to solve the curse of Oyashiro-sama. You should not pay attention to anything he says. Well, he is not wrong. This year is Oishi's last chance. Because he is so desperate, he has developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears. What is your opinion about this, Okonogi? Right now, they are still investigating, so I cannot say anything. Knowing the relationship between those two, I think it is clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I glanced over at Irie as I listened to Okonogi speak. It seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. Irie was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. Irie looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization. Oh, Rika-chan, I am sorry for making you wait. It seems like you are in big trouble. Just as you heard, it sounds like there is some big conspiracy behind their deaths. People in Tokyo think that I am the one who is pulling the strings. Good grief. I have a lot of questions as to how they figure that. I rarely ever saw Irie get so emotional. He must be feeling as though all his effort is being repaid with injustice. However, it is a fact that Irie was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo was thinking that could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious. I understand how scared you must feel. The people who attacked Takano-san and Tomitake-san could be after you too. The people in Tokyo are also concerned about that. We got the word to tighten up your security. Do not worry. I am very relieved to hear that. This was the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. They usually become so busy keeping tabs on Irie after Tomitake and Takano's deaths that they end up ignoring me. Even though they are dead, I am still in a pretty favorable situation. No, you are not. So do you have any idea who killed them? People in Tokyo are investigating that now. Based on the situation, it is clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I guess I am their prime suspect. You are the only one who killed Tomitake like that. That is not true. The people in Tokyo are discussing the possible use of H173, but that drug was destroyed when the research was cancelled. It is impossible. However, they have no choice but to suspect you in this case. Mr. Tomitake even took a vaccine before he came here, but he still got infected. It must just be an extremely unlikely coincidence. Anyway, it is just impossible. Irei is usually a very calm person, but once the people in Tokyo start suspecting him, he often loses his mind. Do you think Takano might be the culprit? She is someone within the organization. Takano-san. No way. But as he spoke, Irei also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I do not know how to persuade him that is the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect talks. Guessing about the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it is stupid to assume that Takano is not the culprit just because I do not know what her motive is. Rika-san, you cannot say something like that without any proof. She was very nice to you. How could you suspect her after that? Upon hearing me be ungrateful towards his boss, Okonogi flashed me an unpleasant smile. It is true that Takano was very nice to me. It might be disrespectful of me to suspect her. However, I still cannot trust her completely yet. Perhaps I have developed the same bad habit as Oishi. Am I believing every crazy theory I hear just because I am desperate to escape from my fate? In any case, something bad is going on around here. We all need to be careful. Do not worry. We have received an order to tighten up your security too. Irei smiled bitterly. For him, their protection would not be too different from stalking. Rika-san, make sure that you do not give up too much information to the police. I think you understand, but you could create a problem if you talk to them about our secrets. He was implying that he would have to kill anyone I talked to. This is not the first time they have warned me about this. It is just, what if Takano really is the culprit? If she is, then Okonoki is almost certainly involved too. Then it would make sense that he would not want me to suspect Takano. But that would be horrifying. If Takano was my enemy, then the mountain dogs were too. This whole clinic is a lion's den. Irei is just a researcher, so he probably would not know what is really going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? I thought I had just convinced myself that the motive should not even matter, but I cannot stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Oishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the mountain dogs are more like wolves looking after a flock of sheep. I have lived for over 100 years. I never once found out who killed me, and I stayed close to the Irei Institute so that they would protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Well, I am sure that Irei has no bad intentions. In many lives I got to see just how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. However, he is not really reliable. Okonoki glanced over at me. He smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. It is possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome, and that was just a hallucination. I do not understand anything. I do not even know who my enemies are anymore. There is no point in thinking about this any longer. I have to trust who I know I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people though. Irie, Weishi, and my friends. If Okonoki is on Takano's side, he will be watching me very closely. If I started accusing Takano of anything, who knows what they would do to me. When this world first began, I thought I had no time left. But that was not true. The number of things that happened in just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to just take Hanyu's advice and resign this time? Yeah, she has been missing since the night of Watanagashi. Could it be the curse of Oyashiro-sama? It is freaky that this has happened 5 years in a row now. Hinamizawa is a small village. Rumors spread fast here. Besides, she is Mion Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday, even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends were all talking about the mysterious death of Tomatake and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village are very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse of Oyashiro Salmon. The past incidents do not matter to me either way. All I am interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me too. 2 days have passed since Wanted Nagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I will get killed on the night of the 22nd. That is, tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There is only one thing I am sure about. Based on my experiences, I will live for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I will have to live with the fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there is no real reason to be afraid. When I wake up, I will be in a brand new world again. I can never remember how I am killed. That is why I am not that afraid of the killing itself. I am just frustrated that my life is about repeating the same things over and over like a broken record. However, at present I am frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever. But I could not feel that way. I feel frustrated and full of sorrow, as I really do not want to die. It is tomorrow night. Are you ready, Rika? How foolish of you to even ask. What makes it look like I am? Hanyu was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night, as though she already knew it was going to happen for sure. You worked very hard, Rika. This life's Watnagashi was the best festival I've ever had. Did you not feel that way too? It was fun. It really was fun. Satoko had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together, and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. I cannot accept that this world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest, and within 1 or 2 weeks at the latest. I am sure your next life will be just as fun. So this world is over and done with. This is such a happy world. But it is just going to end like that. All of my friends are alive and happy. Keiji does not feel alone, and Rena's family is happy too. Mion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Satoko. The issue of Satoko's uncle is resolved, and she is no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I have ever experienced. But this world is going to end. Rika, you think of yourself as a normal person too often, when we are both special beings. Every child wants their birthday party to continue forever, but the party always ends. That is why children always wish for their enjoyable moments to continue for all time. But that does not mean they will grieve over a party that has ended. Once they sleep, another day will come for them. Something wonderful will happen again. No one disappears like Cinderella once the party is over. What a way for you to describe my view on life. You are like a child who is crying because she does not want to leave the party. But there is no need to feel that sad, is there? There will be another party again soon. You still hate to go through another death, but it is only like sleeping for a while, is it not? Hanyu, do you not want to see what lies beyond June of 1983? I would be lying if I said I did not. But I am more concerned about you being consumed by that thought and getting hurt because of it. You just do not understand. Without you, I would have to live for such a long time without anyone to talk to, and I will only be able to stare at the festival without being part of it. No one will be able to see me. No one will be able to hear me or talk to me either. Do you have any idea how miserable and lonely that will be? I finally found you, Rika. I cannot survive without you anymore, but I cannot just die like you can either. I will have to live alone until the end of time. I will have to be alone until someone like you shows up again. I do not want that. I I cannot stand the thought of it. Hanyu, Rika, please take back that heartbreaking promise you made. I do not want you to give up if this world does not work out for you. Hanyu, I am sorry. I will have to think about it for a while. I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. If I think there is still some hope, I can go on living. But if I feel desperate enough, I can just give up. It might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Hanyu nodded with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were starting to lean the way she wanted them. What is up, Rena? Are you planning to take Rika-chan home with you? Hey, Keiichi-kun, do you not think that Rika-chan seems to be feeling down? I do not know. She might still be tired from doing the dedication dance at the festival. Rika-chan was sitting all by herself, wearing a sad expression. I had said she might still be tired from the festival, but that was not really how it looked. Satoko-chan is free now, so I thought she would have a spring in her step, but she has been acting weird since yesterday. I wonder if something is going on. Satoko's issues are all settled now. There should not be anything that's troubling her anymore. We had thought Satoko and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Satoko, but that problem is almost solved. Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. If the Sonozaki family gets custody, Satoko will officially become Shion's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so upset. I think we should ask her what is going on. But I do not want her to think that we are insensitive. But I guess you can ask her. I guess. So you are saying that it's okay for me to be insensitive? Rena laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. I walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something is still troubling Satoko and we just do not know about it. If that is the case, we need to help her. You do not look so good. Is anything weird going on? Oh, Keiichi. Rika-chan had been daydreaming and it took her a while to realize that I was talking to her. Do I look upset or something? Kind of. Is anything the matter? It took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean yes. Keiichi, there is a poem that I want you to listen to. Do not ask me who wrote it. I just want to know what you think. All right, let me hear it then. Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. That is a pretty interesting poem. Did you write it? Oh, I am not supposed to ask that. No, you are not. What did you think after hearing it? Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it is so hard to receive. I understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy, but that does not mean that everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it is so hard to fulfill. This one is a little harder to understand, but exercising that right properly refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness, but it is not that easy to work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. I guess she is trying to talk about compromising your happiness. There is no limit to human desires. You can never stop wanting more. That is why people need to make compromises on their happiness. At the least, that is how I understand it. If she was trying to say that we should be satisfied with what we have, it sounds like a positive statement, but there is also a negative tone to the way it is presented. I think this poem is reflecting the feelings of the writer. I think so too. So what else did you think? She would not admit it, but I am sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem and is reflecting on how she is feeling. I am not that smart, but even I can understand that. I thought it was a sad poem. Sad. I understand the first two lines. Everyone has a right to be happy, but not everyone can become happy that easily. I think those lines are describing the difficult parts of our lives. But the last line is different. Making compromises is the same thing as giving up. The writer of this poem has given up on their happiness, compromised with reality, and trying to convince themselves they are happy. Trying to convince themselves they are happy, you say? With plenty of regrets, too. Everyone can become happy with enough effort, but she thinks that she cannot. The poem reflects her hopelessness. It is very sad. Then, Keiichi, what do you think she should do? She should not give up. She should not give up. The writer of this poem already knows how she can be happy. It is something that she deserves. She has been thinking about how to become happy for a long time. If she really wants to be happy, she should not give up. Remember, we overcame a desperate situation in only a few days. If we all work together, we can make a miracle happen. You saw it with your own eyes, did you not? What is troubling you? Talk to me. There is something I want to talk to all of you about, but if I do that, you will not be able to live in this village anymore. Happiness for me would be to see what is beyond June of 1983, together with all of you. It would not mean anything if I lived beyond this June without you. We will not be able to live in Hinamizawa anymore. Why is that? They will kill you if they find out that I talked to you. That is why I cannot say anything. What do you mean, they will kill us? Are you being threatened by someone? The word kill is not something that most people use casually. I was shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. That is why I could not help but raise my voice. I do not know who is the enemy and who is not. The only thing I know for sure is that someone is going to kill me. Wait, Rika-chan, talk to me. What the hell is going on? Is Teppei threatening her? No, that is not possible. The police arrested him, and besides that, the Sonozaki family told him to never come back to the village. There is no way he could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. And even if that somehow is the case, Rika-chan could just talk to Mion and everything would be taken care of. But based on her expression, it seems like this is way deeper than that. I am sorry. If I talk, you will be dragged into this. If I lose you, I have no more reason to survive. I just cannot talk to you about this. I am not going to compromise my happiness. I do not understand what you are trying to say, but you sound just like Satoko did a few days ago. Like Satoko? Yeah, your thinking is better to be patient. You forgot the courage needed to fight. You sounded like that. Were you not the one who told Satoko to be brave over the phone? My words had clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment. If I talk to you, you might get killed too. Well, I do not want that. But if we do not do anything, you are going to get killed, right? We do not want a future without you either, Rika-chan. What? You may not want to get us involved, but likewise, we do not want to lose you either. We welcome the struggle. Besides, you know how powerful we can be together. I am sure we can solve anything if we all work as one. Not even our combined strength can solve this problem. You do not want to talk to us because you do not want to drag us into it, right? So what you are saying is that you want to die without telling us anything. I guess that is what I am saying. Do not think being patient is the same as being brave. Remember the courage to fight. You can talk to me anytime. Once you organize your feelings, we will help you. You can count on us. Thank you. Rika-chan was wearing a sorrowful smile. I could tell that she appreciated my sympathy. I do not know why, but Rika-chan is troubled by something. It is a matter of life and death for her. She cannot even talk to us about it. At the very least, she will not talk to me. How was it Keiichi-kun? Is Rika-chan troubled by something? That does not happen very often. Satoko, this is going to sound strange, but is there any chance that someone is threatening Rika-chan's life? What? What in the world are you saying, Keiichi-san? Rika-chama is the village mascot. People worship her. No one would ever try to kill her. What is this? What are you guys talking about? The more I talked to my friends, the stranger it seemed that someone would try to kill Rika-chan. Everyone was even more confused than I felt. Rika-chan did not talk to me about what is troubling her, but I am sure there is something very serious going on with her. If she really trusts us, I am sure she will talk to us soon. Let us believe everything she tells us if she opens her heart. Okay? We all looked at each other and nodded. It's not going to help, though. She's still going to die. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? Another discolored notebook. The Son of God promised that he would be resurrected within 3 days. Sinful men guarded his grave to make sure he would not wake up, but that was foolish of them. He meant that his spirit and his lessons would be resurrected, not his physical shell. Do not be afraid of physical death. If you achieve great things, you will live again. You will surpass death and become immortal. A demon took the Son of God to a cliff and told him to jump off. He claimed that if he was really a son of God, a miracle would help him survive. He tried to challenge the Lord. The Lord challenges humans, but humans may not challenge the Lord. To challenge is to suspect. Suspicion will speak words of evil into your ears, and it will make you falter. Do not doubt your own achievements. Do not doubt your own life. Do not doubt your contributions. Do not let others criticize your achievements. That is the same as doubting your own life. Haifumi Tea. When I woke up, the first things I saw were Satoko and the calendar. The first one to wake up is supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the day ends up 2 days ahead. Satoko likes to tear the calendar, and that makes her wake up early every morning. That would usually make me smile, but I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22 on the calendar. It is going to happen today, June 22nd, the day I die. Good morning. Good morning, Rika. Morning, you two. You two. Are you still asleep? There is someone else living in this house other than you and I. I just said good morning to that person as well. Hey, do not try and spook me like that. Satoko will not be able to sleep without holding your hand tonight, Rika. Sometimes I feel like Satoko can see Hanyu, and it is as if the three of us are living together. That would be a lot of fun. It was time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today I was going to die. Knowing that, I did not even feel like going to school. The more I have repeated the same life, the more precisely I can detect my day of death. I always die on the day I feel this way. Rika, we ought to get going soon. I am taking the day off today. Rika, I heard from Keiichi-san. Are you troubled by something? Kind of, but not really. What else is there left to do? Today is the day. It is too late now, but part of me still feels like doing something. I have been in this world only a few days. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight, and other times I felt desperate and gave up. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when the dice all came up 6, a fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate, but here I am today, conceding to destiny. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together, but there was something he did not teach me. He did not teach me how to believe in that. If I do not believe that I can make a miracle happen, I will not be able to make even the crack in the wall of fate. It seems so simple, yet it is so difficult. I could not even decide whether I should be on the stage, or stay off it and remain as a spectator. I told Hanyu that I have not decided what to do after this world is over. But that is the spectator's point of view. For the people on the stage, this world is the only one. For them, the end of the world means the end of their lives. That is why they would do anything to change their fate. That is why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough because I always knew that I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who could not change her own fate. That is why I ended up here again today. It is as if I slacked off on my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. What should I do? Should I not work on my assignment knowing
Stream
that?
Elements said, stay thirsty my friends. Hydrate.
Knowing that I'm not going to make it on time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in big trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Miracles do not happen to homework. I have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved. Rika, I think you should spend your day doing what you want to do. You can drink by the window all day just the way you like doing. You are suggesting that I should not do anything since I know I will get in trouble anyway? For Hanyu is not about the homework, it is more about the vacation itself. The vacation will be over no matter how much I want it to continue. In her eyes, it is pathetic for me to make a big deal out of not completing my homework, and contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. On top of that, I am saying that I might as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I would be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework. But I am not going to take that offer, not only because I do not want to cause them trouble, but also because I do not want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I was going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing so much. If I did not care what other people thought, I should have asked for their help in the first place. Those are the 3 options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I did not choose any of them. I have been living for over 100 years, but I still cannot decide. My 100 years were wasted. Satoko, I am not going to school today because I have a cold. Is that so? Do you want me to take your temperature? I need to rest today. Could you tell Chie that I am not coming because I am sick? Rika, are you really sick? Keiichi-san told me that you are worried someone is trying to kill you. I am very concerned, you realize? Thank you. You should go now. You will be late. Satoko looked at the clock, then back at me again. I am very happy right now. I am happy that I am back with everyone, and that I am living with you again. So, if I lose you, I will be giving in a very sad world. Just think about that. The world without me. Yes, the world without you would be a very sad world. I have never thought about that. I thought that the world ended when I died. I have never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern. So please, take care of yourself. It is not just me. If anything happens to you, everyone will be sad. Satoko, Rika, I will leave you alone for today, but please talk to me if you have something on your mind. It is kind of upsetting how you will not talk to me. Satoko seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I know what she is trying to say. I realize how selfishly I have been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play, but it is too late. It is too late now. Satoko left the house in a hurry. Hanyu and I were left alone inside the house. I can tell you want to be alone. I will disappear until you call for me. Thank you. You are still yourself even after 100 years. You are not 100-year-old transcendent. You deserve to think about your life as a young girl. I do not want to force you to think like a grown-up. It is not your fault, Hanyu. I was just being arrogant. Call me if you want to talk. You are not crying anymore. You are not going to beg me not to give up on my life. You are a stubborn person. I know it's better to not be too persistent with you. After all these years, you know me very well. I know you are already aware, but let me say this. Today is the day. Do your best. No matter what you do or do not do, this world is going to end today. But if you wish for it, you will see a brand new day, just like when morning comes. You might find yourself back in June of this year again, but it will still be a brand new day. When I was younger, every day seemed so boring. Every morning I thought the same things would happen again after I woke up. This just means that will end up being true. Let me just tell you to live this day productively. I am not going to say anything else to you. I knew today was the day, but it's still difficult to hear that from you. It is going to come to an end again. Yes, it is going to end again, just like always. Hanyu disappeared and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework knowing that I am not going to make it on time? I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed mine too. I do not mean it that I should have lived my life in a blind optimism. It means I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I would not be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it will be over. Today, I will live. That is a very important phrase, but it sounds meaningless when I say it, because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. While Satoko was at school, I washed the dishes. Hanyu would usually stay with me when Satoko was not around, but she is not here right now. It has been a while since I was all by myself. I never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I am going to die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? That is because I am thinking about Satoko, who will have to move on with her life after tomorrow. I will encounter a new Satoko in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Satoko told me earlier. After I am dead, I wonder how Satoko will move on with her life. The worlds I have left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Satoko will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I have been avoiding thinking about this, but Satoko and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It is too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. I am feeling like this because I do not want to leave this world. This is the world I have always wanted. It is my hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world, but I was able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night, the night of Watanagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally saved Satoko, and all our friends assume that our happy life has returned. However, I am going to die tonight. They will mourn for me. We worked so hard to make a miracle happen, but they are going to lose their happy world in just one day. And I am going to start a new life in the next world, as if nothing happened. I would live 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days were going to pass in this world. That is no good. I can't think straight anymore. I could not stop the tears from flowing from my eyes. I hugged Satoko's pillow and cried. I could smell her scent. After I die, Satoko will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else going to cry for me too? I am sure they will. And, and, they will be sad, not about my death. They will be sad not because I am dead, but because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. I wonder if they are going to feel regret. Will they wonder what they could have done to open up my heart? What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble? Will they wonder what they could have done to save me? I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Satoko's pillow and continued to cry. And the next moment I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it would not stop ringing. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver. Hello, this is Okonoki Gardeners. Is this the Furude residence? Okonoki. It was Okonoki from the Mail Dogs. It was the first time I had received a phone call from him. I am calling because I have something urgent to ask you. I called the school, but they told me that you are sick today. Are you feeling alright? I am not alright. This is the day I die. I knew he had no idea, but I still could not help but feel upset. It is only a cold. I just want to rest today. Really? Well, that is a very fortunate coincidence. What? I had no idea what made him say that. He was glad I was sick. Why is it fortunate for you if I am home? Well, we got a tip from Tokyo that someone is planning to murder you. What do you mean? Tokyo was investigating the murder of Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Their investigation concluded that there is a high possibility Dr. Irie is pulling the strings. Irie is behind everything. This is the first time I have heard something like this. This is not something that happens at random. It is the very first time. That means it is not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something that I did differently in this world. I have done many things differently in this world, though. I cannot tell which decision led me to this result. However, maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okonogi continued to explain to me. There had been a budget cuts to the research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Irie was strongly against that, because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. Because they were going to cancel their research, he tried to sell the research data and make a lot of money off it. Is that really true? I know it's hard to believe, but it is. I always thought he was kind of suspicious myself. I think I can say with certainty that Irie is not that type of person. I have been around him for years, and as far as I know, he is not a bad guy. He does not even have the guts to be one. He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he cannot shake his regrets. He is simply a nice person. It is hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. I am starting to be suspicious of Takano, but she is actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okonogi worked for Takano. That means I cannot trust Okonogi. In other words, I can trust Irie because Okonogi is clearly just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano is not guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. Yeah, it always seemed to me as though Tomitake and Irie were good friends. If Tokyo had suspected that Irie was embezzling money from them, Tomitake would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tomitake of Tokyo did not have such a bad impression of Irie. The Irie of the Irie Institute and Tomitake of Tokyo were good friends. Tomitake of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Takano of Tokyo and Okonogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. But Okonogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. This does not make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance, but the links do not connect from start to finish. Irie thinks she has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. That is just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It is breaking the loop. Tokyo is conducting further investigations at the moment. We also have information that Irie is trying to use you as a bargaining chip. For that reason, we have been told to tighten up your security starting today. That is why I'm glad that you are at home right now. There are 20 security guards patrolling the Furude Shrine in 3 shifts. You may not notice, but they are there for you. That is a lot of security. How long are you going to guard me like that? Until Tokyo feels you are no longer in danger. Until this whole case is resolved. That should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That is why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally, but that arrangement is just like Irie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end, but when you trace it the other way, it feels like something is off at some point. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have a few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Irie have strong ties, but they are suspicious of him. Is Irie actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive? And is she the one who killed Tomitake? Those questions and more made me uncertain about accepting help from Tokyo. I had thought Tokyo, as a single organization, would move with a single intention, but in reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple, what is the word? I see it in the political section of newspapers all the time. Right, factions. Are there 2 factions in Tokyo? One that wants to remain friendly with Irie and one that looks down on him? That would explain the irregularities I am sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oishi too much. If he had not told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I have believed Okonogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Even without Oishi's theory, Okonogi still sounded very suspicious. Irie was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomitake was not particularly strained. Plus, Irei is not the type of person who would commit embezzlement. He is a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher, but that only goes as far as common sense expects any researcher to. It is nothing like the criminal aspirations that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of mountain dogs were going to be guarding me. This is why I had been wanting in my previous lives. But, for some reason, I could not be happy about it. I could not help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty birdcage, then they would be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. I do not know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. I tried to recall more about Okonogi. The mountain dogs have been protecting me for years. Okonogi proved his skills in many of my other lives. To them, I am something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster. The E-Ray Institute is there to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control, and the mountain dogs are there to protect me from evildoers. So why would they try to betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I cannot feel comfortable with the protection of the mountain dogs alone. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me. But I bet such a person would not believe me. Wait, what about Oishi? I have been keeping in touch with Oishi since the other day. He still thinks that the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa are all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I am a special person with lots of useful information. The mountain dogs hate the police, though. When I asked them to assassinate Satoko's uncle, they refused because he was being watched by the police. I would feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way the dogs would not be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, if my suspicions toward them turned out to be baseless, more protection could not hurt. I am sure that double security will keep me safe. I understand. I will stay home for today. Yes, please do. And please do not go out into the city and try to pick a fight with delinquents. Sorry about that. Anyway, please take care of yourself. I have a cold, so may I at least go to the clinic? You never know what might happen, so please do not go near there for a while. I do not want them to inject you with anything suspicious. E-Ray would never do anything like that. That is what we want to believe, but you need to be careful of him until things are cleared up. So I have no choice. No? You have totally picked up the local dialect Okonogi. You used to have a Tokyo accent before. I like to think I can fix it if asked, though, but it is my job to blend in with the local culture. I finished speaking with him. As soon as I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number to the Okinomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. It felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really do not want to die. I want to stay in this world. I do not want to leave this perfect world. I am trying to do something because I do not want to die. I am trying to live with all my might. I am trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively without drinking wine until I was drunk. Hello, it is Oishi. Sorry for the wait. I was getting ready to leave for Gifu Prefecture. I was going to browbeat them until they owned up to botching the case. Gifu, you are talking about Takano's body? Yeah. My colleagues are convinced that the body is Takano, but I am still not satisfied. That is why I am going there myself. If that body is not Takano, this is going to be a whole different story. We can put out a search for her as a material witness, see? Fortunately, I have lots of connections in the Gifu Police Department. I will go have a nice long talk with them. It looked like Oishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. If that body is really Takano, that would be sad for her. but it would give me reason to trust the mountain dogs. If that is not Takano, then it would tell me that she is part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, it will give me some kind of hint, but only if I am still alive. But really, it is unfortunate. Oishi is leaving for Gifu. He cannot be around to protect me. Oishi, some stranger called me today. I do not know who it was, but he said he is one of the villagers. He did not tell you who he was? I see. Please go on. What did he tell you? He told me that someone is going to kill me. He said they would kill me tonight at the earliest. Is that true? I see. That is now outside the realm of possibility. I see. I have to leave soon, but I'll send some officers over there. I'll tell them to keep you safe. You are home right now, right? Do you have a cold or something? Just stay home and lock your doors and windows. I will send someone over immediately. What is wrong, Oishi-san? You will be late for your appointment. I just got a call from Rika Furude. Someone called to warn her that she was going to be murdered. Someone is trying to kill Rika Furude? But why? I thought she was like the village mascot. It might be a warning for contacting me about the incidents in the village. I do not know if they are really trying to kill her, but she is just a young girl. I am sure she is very frightened right about now. Plus, if we lose her trust now, that might hurt our relationship in the future. 2 or 3 officers are enough, but please send them over at once. Also get a hold of her local officer and have them reassure her son. Yes, sir. Rika Furude might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious death in Hinamizawa. Oishi could not let her die. We should head back to Hinamizawa as soon as we get the Gifu Police Department to spill the beans. This is going to be a pretty tight schedule for our business trip. This will be a piece of cake. This is Skylark. A local police officer is on the shrine property. He is heading toward R's house. Roger. Continue observation. Encountering R, she led the officer inside. R called the Yokinomiya Police Department. She requested protection on her own. Did she tell them about us? She told them that she got an anonymous call. I am sure that is made up. The Okinomiya Police Department is sending a few more officers to her location. What? Does she not trust the mountain dogs? This is trouble. It is going to prove more difficult to continue the mission. Is it possible that she somehow found out? Well, we are probably safe. Just tell the team to be aware of the officers. We do not want them to become suspicious of us. Roger. HQ to all units. There are police officers around the Furude Shrine. Please be mindful of them. We may have to postpone tonight's mission. I will call her, but I am sure the mayor will order a go anyway. Everything's already set up for her to be discovered dead tomorrow morning, so we can move to the next stage. But we do not want the police to suspect us. If they start suspecting you, just leave quietly. Oishi had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with them. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. I decided to make up a whole story. It'll all be over if they check my call history, but I'm sure Oishi would not bother doing anything like that. He thinks I am worth protecting because I have information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here from the Okinomiya department. The officer told me to relax because he would stay with me until then. Oishi must have thought I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. After about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plainclothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box. We have heard the whole story. We will guard the shrine till police calls if something happens. Detective Oishi will be here this evening. I was relieved to learn that Oishi would be coming here. Thank you very much. At least one person will be downstairs. I am sorry, but it's okay if we use your restroom. Also, will you give us one of your spare keys just in case? Sure. You can use the restroom too. My house is on the second floor of a storage building. The first floor contains emergency supplies for the village. I am happy to know that at least one police officer will be there for me. The other officers confirmed the positions on the map of the shrine. One will be in the storage building and 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. In my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I am on his side. I am sure it is because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Satoko. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Satoko's uncle was a necessary event. If Okonogi was right about Irie, he would not be able to come near me with 20 mail dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okonogi is the bad guy, they would be discouraged from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, I am still going to be killed tonight. I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle as hard as possible. I will not give up. I will not even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about. Hanyu, are you there? I am here. What do you think about all this? I have to admit, I have never seen anything like this before. Is it still wrong for me to expect something different this time? I am not going to hope for anything. I will just have to accept whatever the result is. Hanyu is still acting like a bystander. I knew she was going to say something like that, but part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. Upon hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed and wondered why Hanyu refused to be anything but an onlooker. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way, because she is a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a similar being. However, I cannot just let go of everything and become a bystander. I cannot become like her. I cannot stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times that my heart was crushed countless more. That is why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So is Hanyu the same way? Are you also afraid of being hurt? I have only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that, since she has lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence, but except for the fact that she is invisible, everything about us is the same. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way. I have been living for longer than you. I know that there are more sad things than happy things in this world, and that your hopes will always be betrayed. That is why I do not want to be hurt anymore. So you are not expecting anything from this world either? I still have hope that this world might be different, but you think I will just be killed again? That is not what I am thinking. Hanyu looked uncomfortable. She had no doubts I would be killed again that night. That is what it means to not have hope. But she just cannot own up to it because she does not want to hurt my feelings. You are the same as Satoko. You are waiting for some stroke of luck or some miracle to come and help you. You are afraid of frying. You think that being patient is the same as being strong. That is how I was until just a little while ago. Hanyu looked down and bit her lip. She could not deny what I said. I know that you have heard it over and over. Miracles will not happen unless everyone works together. That means you have to believe too. A miracle will never happen unless everyone believes in it. What I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh on her. I stayed quiet and Hanyu continued to look at the floor shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes. I cannot even touch people or talk to them. You think I am just like everyone else. even though all I can do is watch. Do you understand how it feels not to be involved in anything? There was a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyu's speech. Except for me, she cannot communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that. I am sorry. Let's stop this. I do not want to have a fight with you. I do not want to spend the rest of the time I am alive in an argument. I do not want to argue with you either. But let me just say one thing. You are my friend. I do not want my friend to tell me not to expect too much out of my life. I will apologize for that, but you should try respecting my opinions too. She can be very stubborn sometimes. Hanyu seems weak on the outside, but she actually has a very strong moral code, one that she would not bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she was not being honest. She still was not expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks I am going to die pitifully. That is why she refuses to believe in miracles. I have been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. She has been living too long and lost all of her hope. Hanyu told me to call her if anything else happened, and soon disappeared. I am sure she is still around. She is probably still watching me as if she is watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? It has been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine. Will she survive this time? If so, what is chapter 8 about? Because this is next to last chapter. So I have a hard time believing she'll survive, but I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Satoko. Should I write down some recipes for her in the notebook? Will she be happy if I leave a will for her? I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. If I die, they will be devastated and wonder why I did not talk to them. That is exactly how I felt when Satoko did not ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Satoko even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections. It is fine if I am murdered before Satoko gets home, but if I am murdered after then, would they kill her along with me? I do not want that to happen. It is bad enough already that I end up killed. If Satoko's murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. Just how much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try and reduce the silence, but it did not help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanyu and my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3. School should be out soon. I am not there today, so they probably will not do a club activity. Satoko should be home shortly. It seems I am going to survive until she gets home after all. If she comes home and asks me what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. That is why I have never spoken to anyone about it. I did not want my friends to get into danger. But if Satoko was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we are doomed to share the same fate. It is better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what is going on. But I am under very strict security right now. I might be able to survive in this world. If that is the case, I should not talk to Satoko about it. It will not be easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprised yell of Satoko's coming from downstairs. She had returned. It sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in her home. I would have to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I do not know how to explain it to her or how much I should tell her. However, my thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Satoko had not come home alone. I am home. Hey, Rika. What is up with that officer downstairs? Why is that guy guarding your house? What the heck did you do? Me-chan, that is not the right question. What happened to you, Rika-chan? There were some strangers on the shrine grounds, too. Are they also police officers? This is not normal, you know. We do not know what is troubling you, but we are all here to cheer you up. It looks like something bad is going on. I could not stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush into my house, all asking the same questions. It made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time. Rika, what on earth is so funny? You need to explain to us what is going on. There is nothing to explain. I am getting murdered today. What? Everyone already knew that I had been telling people about how I was going to be killed, but they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth. Hey, Rika-chan, I heard that from you yesterday. You told me that you think someone is trying to kill you, but I thought that was one of your jokes then. Now, though, you are not fooling me anymore. You have to talk to your friends. Keiichi spoke with a harsh tone as though I had made him upset. As my friend, he must think that it is unforgivable that I did not talk to him about it. He was not the only one feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces. Rika, everybody here saved me. I want to do something for my friends as well. I am glad to hear that. Remember what you told me. You told me to have the courage to fight. But just look at you. You are not even fighting yourself. Satoko pointed out something that I have already realized. I had no way to argue back. You told me that you will put us in danger by talking to us, but all of us are already involved, no matter if you talk to us or not. That is right. We are your friends. If you are in danger, all of us are in danger too. When Satoko was in danger, we all fought for her, remember? It is the same thing. If your life is in danger, then I think it is time for the Sonosaki family to step in. We are way more reliable than police. Is that not right, sis? That is right. You have to talk to us. What kind of trouble are you in? Who the hell is threatening to kill you? Based on how you are acting, I assume you do not even know who it is. If you did know, it would not be as big of a problem. You are all so smart. You know everything, even though I have not talked to you yet. This is not a time for jokes, Rika. You must talk to us. What has happened? What is this all about? You do not call the police on you unless you are really in danger, no? How dare you talk to the police before talking to us? Is the cause something you're uncomfortable talking to us with? Rika would never have any issues that would be uncomfortable to talk about. Calm down, Satoko. Rika-chan is the leader of the Furude family. She is worshipped as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama in this village. She might have been in trouble for a long time, even though we did not know about it. Maybe she just did not want to talk to us about such trouble, because we are all trying to have a fun life here in this village. That is probably what it was, right? So it has something to do with Rika-chan and the village. It must involve those crazy old people who worship Oyashiro-sama. So it must have something to do with the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I know. I bet it is related to what happened to Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Why would Tomitake-san's murder cause Rika-chan's life to be in danger? That is too big a leap. It is crazy just to think that someone is trying to kill her anyway. Rika-chan is bound by more obligations than we know, and she probably could not talk about them. I am right, am I not? It is not a very fun topic, which is why you could not tell your friends, right? I cannot believe this. Is it really true, Rika? Is it really true that you are involved in Tomitake-san's murder case? I remained silent but with my mouth open. I had not answered any other questions, but they continued to ask, and had eventually hit the nail on the head. It was more surprising than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me, but they stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seemed so foolish now, and so I decided to just tell them everything. If you want me to talk, I will, but I am sure you will not believe me. We will. As long as you tell us the truth, we will never doubt it. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so I am going to tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not. In that case, I will tell you. I think I am being targeted by the same person who killed Tomitake and Takano. Then are they the true culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths? I do not know about that, but it is possible. I do not understand. Why would Tomitake-san and Takano-san's murderer also want to kill Rika? Oishi thinks Takano is the culprit. Okonoki thinks that Irie is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I cannot tell if it is Takano or Irie, but I do know that to them, I am like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I would need to talk to them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Irie clinic. I do not think they will believe me. It is such a ridiculous story, but who would ever believe it if not my friends? You will all be in danger if I talk to you about this. Are you sure you still want to hear it? Of course. If you are in danger, we are in danger. Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words. Well then, I am going to see how everyone reacts. I am going to ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain. There is a disease unique to Hinamizawa. I am not sure what it is officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome. Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They had never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It is a general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onikafuchi. The villagers believed that they would be cursed by Oyashiro-sama if they left, and people who did often came back because of that curse. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness. But during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture. It was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It is a result of some kind of physical disorder, and it causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are three categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance abuse induced, and chemical imbalance induced. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. The last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it has been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We have all experienced the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions are not born from our hearts. Everyone should know, logically, that they are the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body as necessary. So when the organs operate, the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction and causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When that gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to have not only a physical sickness, but also a mental sickness such as depression. People do not get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. We get mentally ill when that meat is defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there's a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that if its hosts stray too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oyashiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onikafuji village knew about this syndrome. They knew that they could not survive outside the village. They also did not want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and an extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you will begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oyashiro-sama says that the blood of humans and demons was mixed together and that Oyashiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you would be cursed if you did not follow Oyashiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oyashiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. That is what was meant by the scripture in Oyashiro-sama's legend that said they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part, the rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oyashiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were properly performed in order to force people to respect those taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community, so that people would not suspect each other. Since the terror of Oyashiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many do not know this, but she is also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashiro-sama is not even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore, and is only worshipped as such in Okinomiya's Hirasaka district. Now for the other condition. This one is much clearer and was practiced more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However long ago they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. It is very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It was also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. That's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time, and kept on apologizing over and over. Although no matter how much she apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oyashiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military did not listen to him at that time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They did not have any money to spare for the research of the strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world did not want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed on as advisors to the government, since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideas, bellowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. The secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I knew for sure is that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to indirectly influence the government, and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self. But it did not totally become a shell. It cooled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continued to believe that Japan had been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the three non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number one priority of Tokyo was to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that is not nuclear in nature. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they could not study this disease openly. In order to utilize it for military purposes, they had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So they enlisted one young researcher, Kiyusuke. I keep having trouble figuring out how to say that one. Because I feel like you is like you, but then the K at the beginning throws me off, like Kiyusuke Irie. I need to make sure that Irie is not some far-right supporter of the secret society. He is just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics saw he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own faculty. But researching the disease would mean that he would end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young, with his other option being wearing down his youth working hard at the night shift for local practice. He wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease, and he developed both a treatment and a vaccine.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. As supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, manage the research progress, and to preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease existed at all. The mountain dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The mountain dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare and owned by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small, elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. This was a worldwide trend since the Cold War. Everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be a part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police have been forming secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened were in a late siege school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport 2, and they later changed their name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes they cannot use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. So in 1977, they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their Special Task Force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known Special Forces units in Japan. When they hear a phrase like Special Forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the boats sank before the helicopter squad trained in gun battles, so the squad was recalled. But that was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news force never mentions the SST or any other Special Forces unit. All of these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo, but since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent these forces, these special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on Irie's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believe that the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality, the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things the Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. With the spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo does not want the disease to be known nationwide, since they are trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They are the ones who demon away people who go missing. They are probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths too. The last important person is Jiro Tomitake. I don't know what his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outlined requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with Irie too. He also got the observation report on Irie from Takano. That was his purpose. Irie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. Their research made rapid progress after that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they could not detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it is virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It has been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders and shadows behind Japan's government, who ruled from the center of Tokyo, began growing infirm and opening up new seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. It is still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambition to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities towards the economy, international efforts, and education. That does not mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research, but for the present-day Tokyo, E-Ray's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in his project, and they announced that they are going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, E-Ray objected to that plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Okonogi was talking about. E-Ray is in disagreement with Tokyo. E-Ray's research has been making great progress. They have discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he is even starting to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, E-Ray's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with E-Ray through Tomitake, and they decided to shut down his research partially but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military application of the disease, and destroy all of the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so E-Ray accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, E-Ray considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease affecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and E-Ray agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate the Hinamizawa syndrome. E-Ray made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that E-Ray is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he is planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomitake, and as her trump card, she is going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly, members of Furude family have the blood of Oya Shirosama in their veins. I explained earlier that Oya Shirosama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease. However, that is actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oya Shirosama and the coexistence of humans and demons is that Oya Shirosama was actually the queen of the village. According to E-Ray's research, Rika is adored by the whole village, not only because she is a charming little girl, but because she is the queen carrier. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. E-Ray says that this is done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. E-Ray calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen, not from the village itself. E-Ray's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa, and infected patients can only stay alive when they are around her. But this is just a theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture. He was interested in how much value the village placed on the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving in the priesthood. Although the only thing Rika could do is be doted upon by the villagers. If all this is true, then the question is what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village. During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the Queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo not only because Irie found many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. It would happen too fast for people to even realize that they are getting sick. They will each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. This is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That is why Rika Furude is a trump card for those who know that she is the center of the whole epidemic. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tomitake, was found dead of the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered, though I do not know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I have suspected Irie and Takano, this was my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. Anyway, I would not be feeling this way if I did not suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I am starting to see the greater picture. It is possible too that Takano is the victim and Irie is the bad guy. The male dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in which case I could rest assured with a fresh, unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized I could only trust them and the police. I am really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. I would never have thought it would make such a big difference. And that is the end of my story. As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi would not believe a story like this. That is only normal. I am sure I sounded like a crazy person. Satoko, we go to the clinic every week to help with Irie's research, right? We are actually not just helping him. We go there so you can get treatment. I remember you told me that Satoko is ill. Me. As you said, it is not only me but the whole village. now. So, is everyone in this village infected by that disease? That Hinamizawa syndrome? Yes, everyone is infected. But unlike hundreds of years ago, this disease is much weaker now. That is why people can survive even if they move far away or go somewhere far for a trip. But some people still get sick, right? I will never leave this village again. Even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself. It is very simple, yet very difficult. If you think you might be suspicious of someone, do not be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it will be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, we will never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people do not believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we are more tolerant to the disease. I see. Then we should be fine. Yep, we are friends and we are family. We would never suspect each other. I am going to believe everything that you said today. You could not talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs would hurt us, right? I nodded quietly. I do not want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room, but if Okonogi overhears this conversation, they will definitely kill not only me, but all of my friends tonight. That is true no matter who my enemy is. Well, it sounds as if we should all get ready for battle. Let us sum up the story. Someone might come and kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction in the village. Is that correct? They will definitely come for me. Are you sure? Will they get rid of their trump card that easily? She's quite right. A trump card is like a pile of gold. Is it not better to keep your hands on it? Satiko's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. But think about it, Satiko. If you have more than one trump card, you want to play one of them right away. That is true. It is more effective to have more than one hostage. One hostage is not as valuable as many of them. Anyway, we do not know anything for sure, and that means we cannot be too optimistic. Everyone nodded in unison. What do you think about the mountain dogs? Do you think they are our enemies? That's not even a question. They are like wolves trying to watch after the sheep. Just think of all the suspicious people as bad guys. We need to seek help from someone who has nothing to do with Tokyo. I agree. I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police. Oishi-san is on our side, right? Yes. Oishi does not know everything yet, so he thinks that the culprit behind the curse of Oyashiro-sama is targeting me. I think you should talk to Oishi-san too. We need help from some adults. But that is pretty risky. What if they do not believe her and step away from the investigation? We should still talk to him. He said that he is going to retire this year and that is his last chance to avenge his old friend. I am sure he will believe any story, no matter how wild. Yeah, he helped us when we were trying to save Satoko-chan too. I think he will remain on our side. Okay, let us talk to Oishi. Where is he now? He is out in Gifu Prefecture. He went to check into Kano's body. Oh, she was found in Gifu, right? Burned to death inside an oil drum. Why does he have to go there directly to check on her? There's a possibility that it might not be Takano's body, but the Gifu Police Department is not being very cooperative. You said that the mountain dog specializes in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right? That corpse is pretty suspicious. I do not think she is the kind of person who would die just from being burnt a little. It's still possible that Irie is a bad guy, that he killed Takano. That is what Okonogi tried to make me believe. I kinda doubt that the coach is a mastermind. He is just not that kind of person. I do agree. He is very nice as long as you do not let him talk about maids. As the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters, I also think the coach is innocent. He is more like someone who could be easily used. Maybe he is too good of a guy. Seems like everyone suspects Takano-san. Well, we are just saying. if we compare the coach and Takano-san, you know? Takano-san would be pretty upset to hear that. Everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they are after my life, they will kill everyone here. It is very possible that they will all get involved in this mess, and they know that. That they could still laugh is really significant, I think. I started laughing along too. It is odd that Takano-san's body was found in Gifu. If someone wanted to make it look like she killed Tomitake, they would hide her body somewhere nobody would ever find it. Burning her body in the middle of the woods like begging people to come across it. Yeah, that makes sense. It is like they are trying to force an unidentified body to be Takano-san, just because it was found outside the prefecture and the police here cannot investigate further. That's the specialty of the mountain dogs, right? I think it is pretty obvious at this point. The mountain dogs are working for Takano-san, right? And the leader of the dogs is saying that the manager is pulling the strings. I bet Takano-san and them are working together. Tomitake-san died the way he did so that Coach would be suspected. But Tokyo is the only organization who would suspect the coach. They also found the body of the true mastermind, Takano-san. Tokyo will suspect that the manager killed both of them. I see. This is a well-planned setup, though it is not perfect. It sounds like the mountain dogs are setting the coach up. Well, I think we should talk to Coach directly. That's the best way to go about it. That is a good idea. I can tell if he is telling the truth or not, just by looking into his eyes. Yeah, you are good at that, Reno. The mountain dogs are also running security on Irie right now. He might not be able to get on the phone. What? That sounds even more suspicious. I hope the coach is not in danger right now. Me too. If I was a member of the mountain dogs now, I was going to set him up. I would kill him before he said something I did not want him to say. A dead person cannot say anything. Oishi will return as soon as he takes care of business in Gifu. I do not know what time that will be, but he will be here for sure. As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 and starting to get dark. No wonder I am so hungry. We would usually call it here if this was a normal day, but everyone decided to stay until Oishi came back and discuss what to do. Can I use your phone, Rika-chan? I need to call my dad and let him know that I'm going to be late tonight. I need to call my mom too. I have to call Granny and tell her to order something for dinner tonight. You will be in big trouble later. We have to get something to eat for those officers too. We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs were empty after all. The same should be true of those officers too. Are we going to order something too, Rika? I do not feel we have that kind of money. Satoko, why don't you cook a stir fry for everyone? What? I cannot. I have never cooked for this many people. Satoko stir fry? I would love to try it as long as there are no fingers inside. Satoko-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to. At that point, the phone rang. Hello, this is Furude speaking. Glad to hear you're still alive. It is Oishi. I have finished up everything in Gifu and I'm heading toward Okinomiya right now. I'm calling from the gas station. What about Takano's body? We did. We were right. Gifu made one incredible, easy mistake on their paperwork. What a stubborn bunch. I really had to let them have it, let me tell you. Takano and her vehicle are still missing. She may have some information regarding Tomitake's murder, so I've just issued a search warrant for her. I'm getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Oyashiro-san. I'm going to solve this case. Oishi sounded so motivated. He had finally found the hint he had so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though? I am looking forward to hearing your story. I am heading to your house with Kuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know. You can talk to me about anything you can think of. Yes, I am ready to tell you about everything. Oh my, I look forward to hearing it. I should be there in about an hour. It sounds crowded over there. Are your friends there with you? Yes, everyone came here to offer their help. I see. You have got some wonderful friends. It is probably better for you to stay with them. Good way to keep the criminals at bay. Right. We are heading out. I will see you soon. Was that what she said? Yes. He is heading this way with that other detective. This is our first time this room will have so many people inside it. How many people will it be? There are 6 of us here, so 8 people. I do hope our floor won't break. I am the 9th person. Hanyu, were you listening to us? This is turning out to be very interesting. Do you think it will be different this time? Yes, I am sure. This time is different. Will it be different enough to save you? That's a whole other question, but it is different. Do not say that you are sure. It would devastate you if nothing ended up changing. So, Hanyu, you still think that I am dying today? I do not want you to die. I know what you are thinking. You do not want to believe because you do not want to be hurt. That way, you will never be let down. I am not going to listen to your opinions anymore. You just stay there and watch like the bystander you are. Yes, I am just a bystander, but I am still rooting for you. Rooting for me. Thanks. But are you sure you want to root for me? Are you sure you won't be hurt if I lose? Do not be mean, Rika. We had a rather harmonious mood going. However, a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us. I am getting hungry. Want to grab something on the way? That is right. It is almost 8. We had a late lunch today, so I did not realize. We can go get something after we finish hearing her story. We have sent 4 officers there. They are probably pretty worn out by now. Hopefully Furude-san ordered them something to eat. Waishi and Kumagai had passed through Okinomiya and were getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets. I wonder what Rika Furude wants to talk to you about. Probably something outrageous. That village, you know, used to be called Onikafuchi Village. They took the name Onikafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp. And like an abyss, it is hard to know its depth. And what are you planning to do about her protection? Depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location. The whole of Hinamizawa is like a lion's den. You never know what can happen in that village. For now, we just need to hear what she has to say. The head of the Furude family is in danger, and the successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her. Who would even be capable of killing Rika Furude under those circumstances? The only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family. I have never heard of them getting up to anything fishy. I guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village. I wonder what secret lies at the bottom of that swamp. The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomitake's murder. Takano left Tomitake there. I am sure of that, but I wonder what he actually died of. Forensics did not find any drugs in his system, did they? They did not find anything, but that does not prove it either way. There are hundreds of strange chemicals in this world. There is no proof that drug was not used. It must just be one that we are not aware of. I am sure of that. There must be some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their throat and die. I am going to grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest. Of course, it would be easier if that is what Rika Furude is going to tell me. Kuma-chan, you must have learned exactly how false charges are made, seeing what happened in Gifu today. That was horrible. If that guy was at our station, I would never forgive him. He flat out refused to admit he made a mistake. The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced that the body belongs to Mio Takano, but we will operate under the assumption that she lives. The top of the department will make the final decision. It is obvious that they made a simple mistake. They are just desperately covering it up because they will be in trouble if they admit it. They really need to rethink their attitude. The car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. At the point where the gravel road begins, you are officially in Hinamizawa. They continued to drive through the woods for a while. Kuma-chan stopped the car. What? Oishi had told him to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats. What is wrong? That car over there. I wonder what it is doing. Oishi tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight. Strange that a van is out here at this hour. I am surprised you even saw it. It is like I keep telling you. A detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings. I wonder what he is doing there. Is he dumping something illegally? Is he dumping someone's body? Maybe it is a pair of lovebirds on a secret date. Well, that cannot be it, judging from the van. Hello, Okinomiya Security. Do you read me? Good evening and good night. This is Okinomiya Security reading you loud and clear. I need a license number scanned. It might take a while. We will wait. Oishi-san, according to this map, there is a faculty of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here. What in the world is the faculty of the NTT? It was listed as a faculty, but it was not staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai was not sure how telephone lines actually work, but either way it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there. But that is just an ordinary van. It does not look like it belongs to the NTT. If it is them, should their name not be on the van? Maybe some other company is contacted to do it. Anyway, we should just go and ask. Oishi was not sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do maintenance so late at night? Let's go and check what is going on. Furude-san is waiting for us, so we need to be fast. Yes, sir. His well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling was not one that Oishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious, without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' character with that sense. 9 Gale 2 to 9 Gale 1. A vehicle has stopped nearby. 2 people got out. They are probably police officers. They are approaching and will make contact in less than a minute. It was pitch black, yet they could see the 2 newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope. Roger. Attention all units. 9 Gales 2 through 5, wait for the green light. 9 Gales 7 and 8, make sure the surrounding 100 meters are clear. Roger. 9 Gale 4 and 5, do you copy? 9 Gale 4, Roger. 9 Gale 5, Roger. 9 Gale 7, Roger. 9 Gale 8, Roger. This is 9 Gale from HQ. 9 Gale from HQ. There has been some trouble during the modification of the phone faculty. There are 2 police detectives. We request clearance to open fire. Roger. Wait for the order. By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone faculty, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and a spotter to secure the means of retreat. They had all taken different positions so that they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. The snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The snipers' rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. The detectives found the fenced-in machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign there saying that was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away. Hello. Good evening. Sorry, but could you step back? We are in the middle of a maintenance operation. There were 4 men working there wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some wires. Sorry to interrupt. We are from the police. We were wondering what you guys were doing, since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here. Good evening, officers. We are almost finished here. Who are you guys? You are not from the NTT, are you? Oh, we are not, no. We are from the Okanoki Electrics. Sorry, I'm out of business cards. Okanoki Electrics. Where is your office located? Well, it's in Okinomiya. Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? Why do you want to know? You forgot the telephone number? She looked at them with a piercing glare. The response was very suspicious. Usually the vehicle of an electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside, and it looked just like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it, but this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They did not sound or look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. It was far too late in the day and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious, but he had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote down the phone number so they could ask the station to call and confirm it was real. We are not doing anything suspicious. You guys are very suspicious. Who are you? If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that, but you do not have anything. Besides, everything about you seems off. Officer, please do not cause us any trouble. Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here. Judging from their progress, it did not look like they would be cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started. It is pretty obvious that you're lying, son. You should have studied the role a little better if you wanted to pretend to be an electrician. Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mountain Dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions and gave them a big, wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then, in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with. HQ to 9 Gale 1, you have permission to fire. 9 Gale 7 clear, 9 Gale 8 clear. The sniper was still aiming at Kumagai's head as he headed back toward their car. The safety, that last line protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole is very rough and merciless. For as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life. 9 Gale 1 to sniper team, all green. Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the sound of the jump rope that he used to use as a whip when he was little. And that was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. He did not even twitch. Oishi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized that he had been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world kneeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it did not matter anymore as he started to drown on his own blood. This is Okinomiya Security. We have scanned the license plate number. Detective Oishi. Detective Oishi, please come in. Did we lose the signal or something? Detective Oishi, come in. He is not answering. Oishi-san wanted a plate number scanned. Whose car is it? It is just a villager's car. No one special. Who is it? It must be someone suspicious if Oishi-san is asking about them. It really seems like nobody out of the ordinary. No accidents, no tickets. He probably got pissed off after that car passed him or something. He can be a pretty stubborn guy sometimes. I distinctly remember this exact same dialogue in one of the other chapters. Shit. This is Nightingale. Both targets eliminated. Resuming the mission. Roger. Be sure to dispose of their vehicle. Major, Nightingale just terminated 2 officers. They are resuming their mission. Sweet dreams, Oishi-san. Too bad. He was getting so close to catching me. Can I get a cup of coffee? Absolutely. This is getting complicated. There are still several officers at R's house, and her friends are there as well. R must know that she is getting murdered tonight. Someone is leaking information. I think we should postpone the plan. We have to have her corpse by tomorrow. That is what is most convenient for the people in charge. We have to execute this mission tonight. The crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They could not just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital. Maybe she is panicking at the dog's excessive security. No, it is not that information is being leaked. She is predicting it. She knew that Tomitake was going to die, and she even knew how my body was going to be found. She is the queen. She is the genuine heir to the blood of Oyashiro-sama, her priestess, and the queen positioned at the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomena. It is impossible to hide things from God. Assassinating Rika Fude will not be so easy. Alright, Rika-chan. Let us see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Oyashiro-sama. Your death will be the final curse of Oyashiro-sama, and it will mark the finality of this legendary village. When that happens, my plan will become the real curse.